guys ready? It worked. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the first meeting of the Fairfax Town Council for the year 2016. I want to welcome everyone and thank you all for coming out this evening. We will start the meeting in just 1 second, but I want to do something a little bit unorthodox, and that is that I want to commence the meeting in honor of someone. So this evening I would like to commence the meeting in honor of David Bowie. David Bowie was called by the BBC arts editor the Picasso of pop. The BBC music editor called and said that Bowie changed music forever. He reinvented his sound and his person over and over through his career. He seemed to be in permanent revolution, an iconic chameleon. I thought that was fitting for Fairfax and for the beginning of 2016. And just a quote from Gianfranco Ravazzi, who's the Vatican's chief spokesperson. He tweeted, "Ground control to Major Tom, commencing countdown, engines on, check ignition, and may God's love be with you." So with that, let's go ahead and call to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes?
I've got to say, I like starting the meeting in commemoration of somebody instead of at the end when nobody's listening, you know, closing in honor of somebody, unless this is additional.
Well, I think we can also close
Also
in memory of someone.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with the roll call. Michelle?
Councilmember Weinsoff? Here. Councilmember Kohler?
Here.
Councilmember Lax? Here. Vice Mayor Reed?
Here.
Mayor?
Here. Okay, and the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please go ahead, everyone, turn off your cellular devices or place them in silent mode. The Town Council, for your information, will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting, and any matter that we don't start by 11:30 will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless we vote to suspend the rule. Announcements. I'll start with one that wasn't on the list, and that is that the Resilient Neighborhoods program will be having a meeting here in the Women's Club tomorrow night from 7 to 8. This is an opportunity to learn about a program that helps neighbors come together in order to form small teams to reduce your carbon footprint, to work as neighborhood in case of disaster, to help one another in multiple ways, and they will be giving an introduction for anyone who might be interested. Please come on down. There are groups all over Marin County, and this is a free program. Food Pantry, Saturdays from 9 to 11 at the Fairfax Community Church at 2398 Drake Boulevard. Volunteers are always needed. Vacancies on boards and commissions. We have 3 vacancies on open space, 1 on the General Plan Implementation Committee, 2 on the Volunteer Board, and 1 on the Tree Committee. Applications are available at Town Hall or on the town website or from the town clerk. And, anyone else with announcements?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Some may recall that last month I had authorization to send a letter to the California Public Utilities Commission requesting that they deny PG&E's request to increase what's called the PCIA, or the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment Fee, to Marin Clean Energy customers. They wanted to increase it 96%. Unfortunately, the PUC did approve PG&E's request. Secondly, last month I announced that I had obtained a grant from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which would offset new Marin Clean Energy Deep Green customers, so new signups, at the tune of $5 a month for 12 months. And we had been told that this would start in mid-January. It's looking like sometime in February, so stay tuned for that. We'll put that on the website once that gets moving. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. We get to continue with an introduction of a wonderful new addition to the town staff. And Mr. Moore, our planning director, can you please?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and the public, those here and also watching. I have the distinct honor to introduce you, maybe you could step up, Michelle, our new planning zoning technician, Michelle Levinson. She comes to us by way of 14 years at the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, BCDC, writing staff reports and working on entitlements. And before that, she worked for 2 environmental firms for 3 years, including LSA. And prior to that, you actually worked for an engineering firm. So she's highly qualified, and we are so fortunate to have her on board. She started end of last year. She's here in the mornings, so please come by and say hello. She's giving much needed backup to Linda, who, as you know, has been a Lone Ranger in the current planning side for a long time. And she's begun the process of learning the code, which is quite a challenge with all its different pieces and intricacies. And we're just so fortunate to have her. She's actually a resident of San Anselmo, a wife, a mother of 2 young kids, so she's turned in her 2-hour commute to San Francisco to a quick 5-minute ride downtown Fairfax. So please welcome Michelle Levinson on board. Thank you. Hit the button right there. Yeah,
thank you so much. I'm very excited. So thanks.
Welcome. So we will proceed with open time for public expression. So I would like to ask everyone, please be conscientious in making sure you keep track of our time device there. Michelle, can you just hold that up so that people know that you can self-time? And just out of respect to others who would like to speak, let's try really hard to keep our open time expression to the 3-minute limit. And bit of information: if you wish to address the council, please approach the podium and state your name and address if you feel comfortable. Individuals have 3 minutes to speak, 5 minutes if you are representing a group. This is an opportunity for individuals wishing to address the council on matters that are not listed on the agenda. We will not be taking action on anything that is raised, but there may be questions, there may be small conversation, there may be an opportunity to ask staff to look into something, but please don't expect the council to take any action. And with that, who's first? Hi, Jody.
Good evening, council members. I just want to make a quick, short report on the Commission on Aging. As your town representative, we are on the commission wanting to remind residents of Marin what our job is. We are representatives for all seniors in Marin. So the commission is a board supervisors commission, and I've been chosen for the town of Fairfax. We have events that happen once a month, and we just recently finished an analysis of a survey of 3,000 seniors in Marin that we're working into the next 4-year plan for where we'd like to see the county take some direction around seniors. So the draft of that is being worked on, and the final will be presented in April. Next month, there will be a presentation on Alzheimer's. One of the researchers from the Buck Institute will be giving a presentation on memory issues at the Marin County Office of Education. So that meeting is Thursday, February 4th, from 10 to 11 a.m. We also have our Great Age, which is our newsletter that comes out quarterly, and I brought a few of those. So basically, I just wanted to make my presence known. If there are folks in Fairfax who want to talk with me or interact or learn more about what we're doing for seniors, you can email me at jodytimms, JODYTIMMS, @comcast.net. And I'm happy to talk with folks. We also, the county has, for all seniors again who may be interested, we have an information and assistance hotline. So if you have any questions about what services are happening in Marin for seniors, 415-457-INFO, INFO. And we also have a website, livelonglivewell.org. So just wanted to get the word out that there are services for seniors. There's things happening around planning. We're excited to be working with the Board of Supervisors and the county H&HS staff on your behalf. Okay.
Thank you, Jody. Could I ask before you step away? Yes. You take such good care of our seniors, but I know you're working on an event that's Friday night about our juniors, and I forgot to announce it. So would you go ahead and just briefly announce that event?
I'd be happy to. So switching hats for a minute, I'm part of 350 Marin, which is an environmental group, a climate justice group here in Marin. We have an event this Friday night called Millennial Activists Speak Out. I've brought together 5 incredible folks from age 16 to 26, a student from Drake, 2 college students, and 3 working women who are going to address the issue of climate justice, climate change, activism, and where they relate to all of that. It will be at the Corporate Center in San Rafael on Friday night, 6:30 to 7 to network with those millennials, hear what they have to say, and then the presentation 7 to 8:30, a panel. We'd love your participation. Anybody, especially millennials and younger folks, and the rest of us, we're going to show up too.
Excellent. Thanks,
Thank
Jody.
you.
Okay. And next for open expression.
Push a button again. Thanks.
Suzuki Katie, 30 Glen Drive, Fairfax. Mayor and council members, I recently sent a memo to the council outlining key issues in the campaign to save Lefty Gomez White Hill Middle School field from becoming a stormwater detention basin facility. Our Fairfax Flood Board representative, Councilman David Weinsoff, responded and asked me to meet with him and Supervisor Katie Rice. I want to say I appreciate the offer and we'll follow up on it. I'm here tonight because members of the Fairfax community don't want our middle school playfield and community park to be turned into a stormwater detention basin / playfield. We're concerned because our limited Fairfax representation on the Ross Valley Flood Board has not been in step with the constituents on this issue. Fairfax needs representation willing to stand up for what we want, action on greener flood mitigation solutions, and what we don't, a detention basin at White Hill School. We ask the council to consider this in upcoming discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Let's see. Is that working? Great. My name is Ralph Lewin. Good evening. I love that we started with David Bowie, and his reminder that comes to my mind is the song "We Can Be Heroes," and I believe that. So I'm here. I'm from 40 Glen Drive, and I'm here with my sons Sam and Leo in the back. Sam's a freshman at Drake, and Leo's a 5th grader at Manor. And I also oppose a detention basin. You know, the residents of San Anselmo sent a clear message recently when they voted down the detention basin in Memorial Park. And you'll hear the same message here in Fairfax, and maybe even louder. So I want representation that won't waste more time, and will come up with greener solutions. It's as simple as that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Cannot follow directions. Hello, I'm Dine DeMarley. I'm at 36 Glen Drive in Fairfax. And I also oppose the detention basin and want greener solutions. Also, there are serious safety concerns about having a detention basin where kids play. Detention basins pose multiple potential safety hazards, including drowning and exposure to contaminated stormwater left on the field after flooding, as you may have read on the reports posted at SaveLeftyGomez.com. We need representation that understands that we won't compromise on our kids' safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Brigitte Wick. I live on 42 Glen Drive, and like my fellow neighbors, I also oppose the detention basin concept and want some greener, safer, and maybe less expensive solutions. We need a flood representation that understands the neighbors of Lefty Gomez don't want their tree-lined walkways and creek bed replaced by a concrete dam, by spillways and culverts. The neighborhood's character, by actually following through with the detention basin, the neighborhood's character would be greatly degraded, and the natural habitat for frogs and other animals along Glen Drive would be destroyed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Frank?
Mayor and council members, Frank Ager, 13 Meadowway, Fairfax. I have testified against the detention basins at Memorial Park and Lefty Gomez Field at White Hill School for some time now. We need safer, greener solutions that don't degrade that neighborhood out there on the west end of town, with a projected budget of $6,750,000 for the Lefty Gomez Field flood detention basin at White Hill School. A number of folks here in Fairfax believe our limited tax dollars could be better spent on other flood mitigation projects here in town. We need flood board representation that advocates for a transparent and welcoming public process. Just as Fairfax council meetings are broadcast live, the Ross Valley Flood Advisory Board should be either broadcasting or videotaping all of their meetings so community members can become informed and understand their role in the Ross Valley flood protection and watershed program mitigation, and hear the good questions and ideas that the public brings before the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Hi, Michael.
Hello, Michael McIntosh. Last month I started bringing this up to the council's attention, but in April I attended a Flood District 9 meeting with David present. And by that time, Flood District 9 had already spent many tens of thousands of dollars to determine my property, the Marintown and Country Club, was a potential option. After our discussion, I explained how infeasible that was. I will cite with the town how it would hurt the town. First, it'd probably blow their budget to take my property through eminent domain. But then they would have to kick out all my tenants, which would probably take 10 years and quite a bit of money. Then they would have to cut down all my trees, tear down all my buildings, and to make the flood basin work, to bring it down to the creek level, they'd have to excavate the entire property, because their estimation was to hold 250 acre-feet of water, 17.2 feet. Now, to retain that water during these peak floods, and David has heard this argument as well with the engineers, they would then have to build a concrete wall of approximately 12.5 feet. So we'd have this big, ugly prison scar in the middle of our town. But with the engineers deciding that they could use some of the dirt to make a dirt berm, that'd bring that dirt berm between 22 and 24 feet, again, shadowing the whole thing, so we'd just have a very ugly scar in the middle of our town. This was not brought to my attention, nor any discussions placed, which is the same way that they approached San Domenico, just deciding that they'd spend money and try to design this. I also support that there is better communication, especially from the top down, that we have leadership that shows the community really what the overall gross plan is. To put a hole in the middle of our town when my property is actually at the 500-year floodplain, which would mean you'd dig the mountain out to make a hole in the middle of our town. That would hurt our town, and I was very disappointed to have to go there and defend a property and defend this community of Fairfax from having an outside agency put a big, huge hole in it. And I hope that our representative, David, would be more aggressive to make sure those things do not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Janusz Kolodziejczyk, Fairfax, Glen Drive. I also oppose the detention basin at White Hill School and want greener and safer solutions. The battle over the Lefty Gomez and Memorial Park brings to my mind the documentary Rebels with a Cause, How the Battle Over Land Changed the American Landscape Forever. I feel it should be a mandatory viewing for every leader holding office in Marin. It's a true story of Marin County community members and local politicians who worked together to preserve open spaces near urban areas for parks and farms. To do so, they had to stand up to developers who wanted to turn the areas into big resorts. If it weren't for their historic efforts, today there would be no Point Reyes National Seashore, Bolinas Lagoon, or Marine Headlands. This relates to the Lefty Gomez field. Today, we need flood board representation that listens to community input and works with us, not against us, on protecting our local treasures. Representation that seeks input from environmental scientists on flood mitigation best practices rather than relying solely on engineering consultants who have limited perspective and furthermore a vested interest in recommending large and expensive projects. I ask the Town Council to consider this in upcoming discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose, did you wish to speak?
I have another subject that is dear to my heart. Around Thanksgiving, we merchants, especially on Bolinas Road, saw the signs on the sidewalk to the fact that construction was going to be beginning and that there would be street and sidewalk closures. Great for business. Could not be at a better time. On checking, yes, permission had been given for this to happen, and there was no way to stop it. Sean had only 3 years to make these changes, but for personal reasons, they had to be done during the month of November, December. I also was told the PG&E could not or would not stop. This was not true. We found out after contacting them, the right department, that no one tried to stop. We called staff, very nicely was told the permit had been issued, but that they had been asked to keep the mess at a minimum, which they did, but again, we had no parking. Then we found out that Manager Toy had given the chief orders not even to enforce the 2-hour parking, which is bad enough, but that there would be no enforcement of parking during the month of December. Yippee all day. Parking and to heck with the merchants. That's all the hikers, the non-retail merchants, the bicyclists. They park down there all day if there's no enforcement. Great for business. One of my customers emailed a council member about the reply was that the information that my customer gave was inaccurate, and that she was not aware of anything happening, but that should attend this town center plan. Thanks. Sure helped put money in our cash registers at the right time. It'd be nice if whenever any council member receives something from a town person, that they check and know what the correct answer is. I know that they will be asking for closure of Bolinas Road in the near future. I would like the town and Sean's rep to do what they can to minimize. I think they're going to ask for one more closure. So that's going to be it. And I do want to thank you, Mayor, for stepping in and helping us during that time, because it was quite traumatic. We put a lot of hours into fighting for the rights that should have been offered by the town. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Renee?
Okay, thank you, Rose. David, would you like to
Yeah, Mayor,
say a few words?
during the time for council member reports, I'm going to have some thoughts on what the members of the Glen Drive community expressed, as well as Frank Egger and others. But I want to tell them now so that they don't depart and then don't have the opportunity to hear what I have to say on this. So I will reserve it for that time, and I'll ask the indulgence of the council for a few extra minutes during member reports.
Okay. Moving on, our next item is number 1 on the agenda, and we will be interviewing and appointing to the Fairfax representative to the Marin-Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees. And Michelle, are you going to give the staff report on this?
I think town manager was going to.
Okay. Garrett?
Oh, you don't have it?
Sure. Well, briefly, what happened to your other microphone? Huh, okay. So, briefly, what it is the options have. Your appointment to a representative to the board is available at this time. You have some options. One is you could choose to appoint one of the 2 candidates applying. 2, you can appoint a member of the council or someone else. 3, you could choose not to appoint anyone. Whoever you appoint, you can appoint to a 2 or 4-year term. So really, those are your options. Typically, what happens is you conduct the interviews, and then we're recommending you make an appointment to the board.
Okay, so council members, let me know, are we going to go through this process the way we've done interviews in the past?
I think I would suggest similar, but that they come up to the podium, make a brief statement about why they would like to be on, and then we ask questions.
Perfect. Okay, so that's how the protocol will be for the interviews, is we'll ask both of the candidates to come forward, and we'll ask you to present, let's say, a couple of minutes. Let us know a little bit about you and your interest in serving, and we will ask some questions. Generally, what we do is we have 2 council members ask questions unless anyone else has particularly burning questions, and that's how things will go. So, welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council people. My name's David James. I've lived in Fairfax for about 27 years. I've worked for the Alameda County Vector Control District for 20-odd years. I was a restaurant inspector, and now I'm a vector ecologist, so I've been doing a lot of disease surveillance, Lyme disease, hantavirus. We do a little mosquito work, but we don't do that much. So I'll probably need to learn a little bit more about mosquitoes, so I do know a little bit. So I have quite a lot of experience in this field. So as a board of trustees, I think, when they're proposing doing something, buying equipment, new programs, I'll be knowledgeable about what they want to do. I've also been with the district for 20 years, so I know things that happen, like what management wants to do, that sometimes are not feasible or not really that a great idea. Us, working folks don't really have much to say. So I'll be able to kind of see if they do want to expend some money on something that it's going to be the right thing. Also, the district has recently ventured out from mosquito work, and I think that's very important. Because with mosquito work, the public doesn't really see what's going on. You have people going out treating water sources for larvae and so forth. People don't really know what's going on. However, there are other important vectors out there, like Lyme disease, roof rats, bed bugs, and I'd like to see them kind of venture out a little bit more than that they're doing, and that kind of impacts the public more. Even though the mosquito work they've been doing for a long time, they're doing it very well, but we don't see it. But there's other things that I think are going to be more important to the general public. So I think in that way, I've got the experience of having done vector control work, mosquito work. Also, I think what's quite important too is that, being a Fairfax resident, I know what people want, what they don't want. And I think what's going to be important is that I'd like to report to the council on a regular basis, maybe quarterly. This is what they're doing here, what they have done. Not only mosquito work, also, if there can be Lyme disease here. I've actually started to catch some Lyme, the Ixodes pacificus tick, the Lyme disease tick in Fairfax. That would be kind of nice to kind of explore. So I can keep you appraised of what they're actually doing here. And also if they do want to propose something, is that, I can come to the council and say, this is what they want. What do you think? And I'll give you my expert opinion, as a vector ecologist. This is probably a good idea, not a good idea, but what do you think? So I think that's going to be very important in, keeping the council and the town informed of what's actually going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. James.
David.
Are you familiar with the approach that Fairfax has with regard, the very restrictive approach that Fairfax has with regard to pesticides? And if so, can you reflect for us your thoughts
David,
on it?
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting. Sure. I was thinking that the protocol would be each would do their presentation, really? And then I would ask that you take turns, okay. One going out and then the other coming, and we will ask a couple of questions of each candidate. Okay. So you're not listening to each other's answers.
Well, you know what I'm going to ask you when you come back.
Yep. You can go and prepare for that. Or you're welcome to listen to Mr. Ager's introduction. Okay, Frank, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Again, Frank Ager from 13 Meadowway. I have represented Fairfax since 2004. And that came about because Fairfax was concerned about the West Nile virus issues that we were facing and potential spray that might have taken place in Fairfax at that time. Fairfax was never sprayed with a pesticide for the West Nile virus. We ended up as a district using education and other means to reduce the threat of West Nile virus. Currently, the number one issue before us is the programmatic environmental impact report that we're currently reviewing. A number of Sonoma and marine environmental groups have commented on the insufficiency of the PEIR. For instance, the programmatic environmental impact report discusses glyphosate, which is one of the products that we would be using, and indicates there's no problem using glyphosate. And it's a 1995 report. It's totally it's just out of date, and the PEIR needs to be updated. The groups, some from Marin, Teens Turning Green, the Coast Action Group from Sonoma County, Pesticide Free Marin by 2016, and Russian Riverkeeper have all commented on the insufficiencies of the programmatic environmental impact report. For instance, Russian Riverkeeper said that we as a board, we never notified National Marine Fisheries Service or the North Coast Water Quality Control Board, two major, one state and one federal agency that deal with mosquitoes, salmon issues, et cetera, on the coast. Of the 24 members on that board, it's a very large board. Fairfax, Healdsburg, Sonoma, and Sebastopol have elected officials representing them. The board's involvement with the PEIR has been pretty minimal. At some point, the board's going to have to make the final determination on the sufficiency of the PEIR. Fairfax has long supported the least toxic alternatives to control mosquitoes, And I have represented the town council and Fairfax residents and have taken a lead role in that arena. Typically, a small percentage of pesticide ingredients are disclosed. 90% plus of the ingredients are generally not disclosed under the so-called trademark laws. If reappointed, I will continue to push for full public disclosure of the ingredients of the pesticides that we as an agency use. Right now, West Marin is objecting to the use of methoprene by the mosquito district, and I have consistently supported their position. I ask your support to continue on that board. You have an option of a 2-year term or a 4-year term, and a 2-year term would be sufficient for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Frank, would you mind just stepping out for, we'll have a very brief question and answer with Mr. James, and then we'll switch. Okay, council members, David, would you like to start with a question?
Yeah, Mr. James, thanks. Just returning to the question, you know, Fairfax has really been on the cutting edge of where I think society is going to be going with pesticides. Less is more is actually not the equation. None is sufficient is the sort of way that the town goes. And I'm wondering what your thoughts on that are.
No, I totally agree with that. You know, and for a number of years with this movement with less toxic pesticides or no pesticides, we've seen a lot of changes, even forced the industry to change, coming up with baits like ant baits, cockroach baits, training people. In fact, pest control operators have to have courses in integrated pest management. So I think that was an extremely important movement, because pesticide use and pest control should be a really small section. Because, I mean, if you're looking at pest control, you're looking at the pest, its biology, where it lives, and how you're going to get rid of it. You have to look at the whole picture. You can get rid of a pest by just changing the environment. So there's a lot of different ways of dealing with pests. For example, I had rats in my little place in Bolinas. All I had to do was just trim all the vegetation around the house. Not one trap. That took care of it. In fact, in my house, I don't really spray any pesticides. Or I haven't really, only once. I had something die and a bunch of flies. So I was using fly swatter, hitting it. But my wife insisted I do something now, so I had to get the least toxic pesticide, which is pyrethrin, but I didn't really want to do that. Fly swat was good enough. So and in fact, most of the vector control districts, mosquito districts, are not really using very many pesticides. Most of it's larvicides, environmental manipulation, you know, reducing or eliminating water sources and that sort of thing. I know what we did in our district in Alameda is that bed bugs are a really big problem. We actually looked at the different least toxic, non-toxic pesticides, well, not pesticides, but like essential oils, if they were effective against bed bugs. So, you know, and in fact, seedicide was actually more effective than some of the registered pesticides for bed bugs. And that's what we recommend, you know, to our clients or to homeowners and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think Councilmember Kohler has one more question. Did you guys have any questions? Because, okay, we'll make them quick questions.
So thank you. In looking at your background, I noticed I have the same type of bachelor's degree, but my master's degree is in entomology. So there's similar pathways there. But I was wondering, how familiar are you with the pesticide ordinance of Fairfax? And I know you've talked a little bit about minimizing the use of pesticides, but really, what is your viewpoint on use of pesticides, given that, at least from my view of your background, it looks like integrated pest management, which does use pesticides. So first, are you familiar with the pesticide ordinance in Fairfax?
Fairfax, right. Yeah,
and what do you know about it, and what does it mean to you as far as how you would represent Fairfax?
Well, when it first came out, yeah, it's that you need to notify, if you're going to spray any sort of pesticide, you need to notify your neighbors and so forth. which sounds okay to me.
Okay, and what is your view on really, should you represent Fairfax on this board, what would really be your position as far as use of pesticides?
Well, my view is probably what a lot of the health industry is that we prefer not to use it, and in fact, for the last number of years, we've been going away from it. For example, there's hardly any aerial spraying and so forth, but they always want to keep that there in case there's an emergency.
But what about your view? I guess that's what I'm really asking. Not
that's what my view is that,
okay.
You can't say never.
Okay.
Okay, you say mostly no, but most health departments, including myself, is that you always want to keep something that in case you have to use it. Is it going to happen? Well, probably not. I mean, there's nothing in the future that seems like, we're going to have some sort of epidemic or some sort of disaster. But if we don't have it and something like that happens, then, you might be in trouble a little bit. Okay. But I think that's the viewpoint, is that we don't want to use it, but we want to have it there in case we need it.
Thank you.
Okay, and Peter, real briefly.
What's your understanding of the controversy in West Marin regarding the use of the methoprene? Do you have any understanding of what the issues are in that community?
Not that much. I mean, methoprene is that insect growth regulator, and it's used for fleas and so forth. I did read, and I think it's still not. It's debatable right now what kind of effects it does have on other aquatic life. So at this point, I'm not sure.
One last real quick question. Sure. One last question. Was curious about your position or the position of Alameda County on the governor's plan to do aerial spraying for the light brown apple moth. And did Alameda County, did your agency oppose that? Did they have any policy with respect to that?
Well, that's part of the Department of Agriculture, so we didn't get involved in that at all. And we're a vector control district, so we're not going to do any aerial spraying. And in fact, we don't really do any. The only really pesticide that we apply is for yellow jackets and for rodents, Norway rats and sewers, basically. Aerial spraying is it's like the last resort. So it's well, the apple moth is it's agricultural pest, so that's kind of different from a vector. But if you have to resort to aerial spraying, then something's gone wrong. Because theoretically, you should have controlled the populations before it got to that point. And how effective it is, it's debatable too. I mean, I think Santa Clara does that fairly regularly. But I mean, you've got to take everything in consideration. Do you really need to do it? What's the population? Does the population want it? Don't they want it? So, you have to take all of those things in consideration. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. Could you go and tap Mr. Egger and switch?
Switch? Yeah, okay.
Switch positions
all right, thanks
there?
very much.
Okay, thanks. Frank? Oh, thank you. So we're going to have a chance for just a couple of council members to ask a question.
Absolutely,
if anyone does.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
can I entertain any questions?
Good evening, Frank. I was interested to read some of the history of your kind of background in actually writing the pesticide ordinance and, you know, your continued battles. I'm wondering, apart from the PERIR, the programmatic EIR, it might be a good idea for you kind of to talk about, you know, your overall viewpoint on use of pesticides. Are they ever necessary? Is there always some alternative? Or, you know, just give us kind of a quick, you know, thumbnail sketch of where you know, what your global view is on that.
Sure, absolutely. I've, you know, long sought out, and I do this on my own, in my own time, looking for products that are approved for organic farms. Marin County has almost 40,000 acres under organic cultivation between grazing and growing. And those folks are really concerned about the use of pesticides in and around Marin County. There is a OMRI a certification, Organic Material Review Institute, and they seek out products that can be used on organic farms. And I've met with folks, I've gone to conferences, I've met with folks, and they have now sent me what they consider safe alternatives for use by mosquito districts, and I've forwarded that to our executive director up there in Cotati. So it's not about do we like mosquitoes or not like mosquitoes. It's about what we do for treatment and how we protect ourselves. And I've always sought the least toxic alternative from the very beginning. And you know, at times I'm pushing the board in a direction, and sometimes some of them don't particularly care for the direction I'm going. But we'll end up sometimes in the middle, which is if no one was pushing on the left on those issues, you know, it's no telling where we would have ended up. But there's maybe half a dozen of us of the 24 that are really concerned about pesticide use and the impacts about our health, safety, and welfare.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all your, you know, side research to continue to look for organic ways to deal with pests. So thank you for the answer.
Sure.
Any other council member questions? Peter.
Yes, Frank. Besides the programmatic environmental impact report, what are the other ongoing challenges you see with the board that
right
you'd like
now,
to address? Sure.
There's the West Marin Agreement, and the board continued it at the December meeting. I was at the December meeting. The board continued it for 6 months. At first, the staff, council and staff were recommending against extending the agreement, but the board ended up in response to folks in West Marin, they extended it for 6 months to allow time for the West Marin Mosquito Council and the Marin-Sonoma Mosquito Vector Control District Committee to meet and try to work out an agreement that is acceptable to both sides. I don't know if we can do that, but hopefully that's what's going to happen. So that's an issue, the West Marin Agreement. It's been in effect since about 2007 or 2008. The other issue is the money issue. Marin-Sonoma Mosquito Vector Control District is part of MSERA, the Marin Public Employees Retirement System, and huge unfunded liabilities for pension and for retiree health care benefits. And so we're trying to deal with that. A big majority, a large piece of the last tax increase was going to go for paying down some of the debt. With no real public opposition, the voters did not approve that tax increase. We still have to deal with the issue, and I'm hoping that we can come up with a solution that is not such a large tax increase. It was like 59%. Come up with a lesser dollar amount needed, and also make some specific cuts in the operation of the district that doesn't affect the overall efficiency of the district. I suggested that we merge with Mendocino County and Napa County, which will join us, and that had no support at all. Mendocino County does very little mosquito work, and Napa does some mosquito work, but I just wanted to explore the opportunity of possibly merging with those two counties.
Okay, thank you so much. So could we bring Mr. James back in, and then I want to go out to public, any public comment. So if you have any public comment, you can come ahead and line up over there and come up to speak. Is Mr. James coming back? I send everybody far away. Okay. Alrighty, so we're just giving time for the public to speak. So Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Christopher Lang, 177 Canyon Road, Fairfax. I feel compelled to comment on the situation. It's let the record show, please, that you have a suggestion from the public to dissolve the Marin-Sonoma Mosquito Abatement Board and fire them all until the taxes that are collected pay off their unfunded liability. From a layman's perspective, this board is a disgrace and a scandal. And there's some autonomous group that has managed to run up this ginormous bill, and we don't see them in Fairfax, so you might want to gird up your loins and say, hey, you guys are history. Just a perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Larry.
Hi, good to see everybody. I just wanted to, well, first of all, the one member of the mosquito district that actually was neutral and critical of that last tax measure was Frank. So, you know, as far as protecting our financial interests and obviously being really a leader on the whole beyond pesticide movement, you know, Frank's been there for us and represented us well. Excuse me. What I really wanted to emphasize is this whole issue of the programmatic EIR. We just finished, with Frank really spearheading it, a challenge of the light brown apple moth programmatic EIR. It went all the way up to the Court of Appeals, 4-year fight to stop what we believe was essentially a really corrupt attempt by California Department of Food and Agriculture to do large-scale urban spraying of pesticides in the Bay Area. And, you know, the so-called empirical justification for that was based on counts of insects and that type of thing. Well, that kind of data can be very dynamic and very manipulated. And we challenged that, and the Court of Appeals agreed with us, and they turned down that programmatic EIR. And I think it's critical that we have somebody representing us that can navigate these complex legal as well as practical problems that we're dealing with. And I think we've got that leadership, and I would just urge you to retain it. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Larry. Joseph.
Madam Mayor, Town Council, Joseph Odom, 98 Porteous here in Fairfax. And I'm a past member of the Marin County Environmental, IPM Commission. And I've served with Frank as a on the board of the pesticide-free zone, and Frank's been our trustee since 2004, and in that 12 years, he's done an excellent job of representing Fairfax. He has always supported the least toxic alternatives for mosquito and vector control, and he's done some amazing things on that board, including an education program for Lyme disease that became a model for the entire country. And that also included the tick education program, and he was a major supporter of that. Frank's been through many environmental impact reports for many different things and understands the complexities of these issues. And I think the town of Fairfax really needs Frank to complete the process of the ongoing EIRs. And there's so much to say for the time that over 40 years Frank has given to so many boards. He was the first Proposition 20 Coastal Commissioner from 1972 to 1981. He's been a volunteer aide with Peter Bear and was instrumental in assisting with the passage of California's Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. He co-founded Friends of the Eel River. He's been a board member of the Golden Gate National Recreation Study Board and worked with Mendocino counties for GME-free Mendocino County initiative. So I think we would be really losing something very valuable if we lost Frank on this board, and I urge you to give him your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola.
Good evening. I want to speak on behalf of Frank. I think he's done a fabulous job. And I also want to just mention that the pesticide industry wants to sell pesticides, and they'll find any reason to do it. And how difficult it is to deal with them, just one example, that in 2000 I was working with about 70 tribes in the western states, and they had been getting back ceremonial objects from museums that were tainted with different kinds of pesticides, including heavy metals. The pesticide industry had made it so difficult for testing to be done that there wasn't one laboratory west of the Mississippi that could do it. Fresno had a terrible incident in which over 100 people were poisoned by pesticide. Actually, nobody knew what it was, but they couldn't get the testing done. No lab would do it west of the Mississippi. It had to be sent to Chicago to the McCrone Institute. We eventually went to the state to get funding to set up a lab at San Francisco State. We found that the grants were given out by the pesticide industry, and so we couldn't get any grants for them. We had to go to the National Park Service to get the money to modify our laboratory. We now do testing. We've been doing it since 2000 for Native American tribes. Now, that's how what a stranglehold the industry has on testing for the health of people in an everyday situation. I'm really glad to see that there's someone else coming forward, and I would urge that person maybe to join our open space committee and use our open space as a laboratory to test to see how many residues we have in the town from household use and from aerial spraying or other kinds of spraying, and our laboratory at State would be happy to do the testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Hello again. I very much appreciate Mr. James coming up and offering his services to this town, which I think is something that we should always appreciate and see if we can incorporate him on additional things. I'm also standing up on support of Frank because of how we've done things. In fairness to Larry's comment, when the vote came forward for the marine vector control, there were actually two people in opposition. It was Frank Egger as well as Herb Rollins, because I was there. I was very dismayed as the procedure, how money was given to an outside source by one of our supervisors, and then that source got the opportunity to count the ballots outside of the county register of voters. Most offensive to me was that the language for the measure before it was actually passed was not completed, and it was actually subjective because I asked specifically how they would assess all parcels, including my own. It was not on a just $59 per parcel basis. Anything that had any substantial size and or might need some of that use, it was subjective to later on being assessed at a higher amount. As for glyphosate, I probably spent 5 years working at a Superfund site in Glen Avon, California called Stringfellow Acid Pits. These are not things that we want in our system. These are not things we want in our environment. Sometimes I can tell you, because I probably spoke to in excess of 4,500 plaintiffs on that case, many times the poisoning from these different things, there are physical things that you can see, but sometimes you do not see them for the first generation or the second. We want to stay away from these heavy materials and compounded or chelated substances such as glyphosate. So I again encourage you to support Frank's measure coming up here. I'd like to give credit to two people, Frank and Herb Rollins, and I hope we do not go through that same process that we luckily were able to stop. Thank you. And one last thing too for this town. I've allowed the Marin Vector Control for 1 year, and it's a couple of years ago, to actually hold the sentinel chickens on my property to check for West Nile disease, which luckily we found no evidence of.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael. So why don't we go one by one, share our thoughts, and then we'll go ahead and take a vote. Do you want to start, David?
Sure. I recognize that Frank has a deep and abiding well of affection from so many in this community, and I just don't share it anymore. And it's painful when that happens, but I think I'll share with you now and during council member comments why I feel that way. There is an emerging trend toward, I think it's called ballot box democracy. And it started here 2 years ago at Frank and Nicolo's urging on a zoning issue. It is extended in emails that we received just this past month on the marijuana issue, that if we do not bend in a certain way, there will be another referendum. I believe that this coming year, as we revisit the zoning issue, we will once again face the prospect of a referendum challenge. And most recently and most dismaying was at the Flood Zone 9 meeting back in December, when Frank stood up with Ford Green of San Anselmo and said that they would referend any flood detention basin. Without getting into the merits right now, the folks of Fairfax elect us. We are in a small r Republican form of government. We are elected, we speak for the people. If they don't like us, every 2 years they get to make substantial change, and in fact, over the years, they have, not substantially since 2009, but in years before that, they certainly have exercised their franchise in a way that brought new and fresh leadership to this council. So I will never support anybody who seeks to have a position on any board or commission at any time who goes with the referendum process. I just can't do it. If you don't like what I'm doing or any other member of us, stand for election, go walk around town for 11 weekends, lose a whole bunch of weight, send out a couple of mailers, get yourself a website, good pair of shoes, and go tell the community exactly why we're not doing what you would like us to do. But until that happens, I do not believe that the referendum process, which I now see is taking off like a bad cancer and is infecting this community, is unfortunate. Now, I have voted for Frank in the past for this position, but a member of the community with, I think we would all agree, a wealth of professional experience seems to appreciate and understand, after living here for many decades, the approach that Fairfax has on pesticides, has come forward and offered his participation in this position, and I would urge that we give him that opportunity. If it's the council's wish to go in another way, and it certainly, I can appreciate that that might happen, I would thank you for coming forward and ask you to stay involved in the community and its efforts, perhaps find another board or commission that suits your expertise and personal interests, and stay active in the community. So thank you.
Okay, Barbara.
So I want to say that I think we're very fortunate to have two very qualified people come forward. You know, we're very fortunate to have that. I will also say, and I wasn't planning on speaking to this, but I think, well, I don't always agree with certain things like a referendum. I think it's the democratic way, and I think we need to support democracy even if it makes us uncomfortable. But that being said, I will say, to quote Garrett Toy, his favorite term, is I want to say that what I see in Frank is really putting his money where his mouth is. He has continually had Stop the Spray, where he's put forward many of his own financial resources to achieve what we did with the court decision on the light brown apple moth, PEIR. But I will also say that I think it's really important with a large board to really push the envelope. And while I appreciate Mr. James coming forward, and I think your viewpoints are very helpful and do fit within Fairfax, I think Frank pushes the envelope and pushes the board. And I think Frank said it best when he said, without that pushing a really hard on the left side or the more progressive side, we might always be at the very far end of the spectrum. So I think we need that. I will also suggest to Mr. James, if you're not selected, I think Nicolo's suggestion of the Open Space Committee, which I was on for 8 years or so, is a great place to really think about kind of using as a laboratory. I think you have incredible skills. But I suggest that I'm very strongly in support of Frank and for this, and I think Frank even said that he'd be fine with a 2-year term. And since this is kind of a unique appointment, it's not a serve at the pleasure, you don't take someone out, it might be a good thing to go for 2 years rather than the 4. So that would be my suggestion, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. John.
Yeah, I think it's, there's a lot going on. I mean, I can echo my other fellow council member here in that I think with at the Mosquito Board, there's a lot of, I've talked with a number of the different board members when they've had issues here, around West Nile and things like that. And some of the board members there are definitely like, let's just fire early and often, and in terms of aggressively going at, taking a shotgun approach, really, rather than a thoughtful approach to West Nile virus, which is certainly, it's something to be paying attention to, and you definitely don't want to have something get out of hand. But I think it is useful to have somebody with Frank's experience and Frank's perspective on that board. Open space is good. There's other things too that don't actually, it's okay to be outside of the box too. The volunteers is one of my favorites. But it really depends on where your interests lie too. Frank's clearly lie, in this area, which is one of the reasons why he's been useful on this board in the past. I think I would also support the 2-year approach, and maybe let's revisit this in 2 years, and that might be a good time too. So that's it.
Okay, Peter.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. James, too, for coming forward. I was very impressed reading about your background, and I think you bring a lot of good technical expertise, which would be very useful for this position. But I also, it's not any kind of a, lack of confidence in your abilities, but I would also support Frank because for a number of reasons, which other people have mentioned already. Frank has, I think he really has shown for many years that he represents a Fairfax position towards the use of pesticides, towards vector management, towards doing things in an environmentally sustainable fashion as possible. He also has a lot of experience with the other problems that beset any kind of an organization, and one of the big ones is, of course, the unfunded pension liability. So he has a certain skill set working in his 40 years of government that I think are very needed by this very troubled agency. I was really kind of shocked when I saw their election materials for an effort to increase the parcel tax, which failed miserably. And Frank really was a very strong fiscal voice for fiscal restraint on this board, and I think we need that. As a larger policy-setting board, I think Frank brings certain skills that are very, very useful at that position. And because it is such a large board, I think, as Barbara said, I think we do need to have a strong advocacy to hopefully fashion within that board a more policies that are more what we would like to see for Fairfax. And so for those reasons, I'm very glad that Frank has offered to step up for another 2-year term, and I think it would be we're very fortunate to have him on this somewhat problematic board in these difficult times for that organization.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My thoughts are, first of all, thank you both so much. I don't think every town in Marin would spend the first hour and 10 minutes of a meeting speaking so passionately and advocating for protecting our town and really fulfilling what I think is the vast majority of Fairfax's desire to remain as pesticide-free as humanly possible and fight for that right. So I will just say thank you so much, Mr. James. I also would like to echo the support for Nicolo's idea that you might choose to serve on the Open Space Committee. I love the idea of a laboratory, and then his offer as well to let this all go through and be studied through San Francisco State. I haven't heard quite an offer like that. But really, I mean, this is what Frank's excellent at. He has proven his commitment. He has served us well. He has stood for everything. He has made himself unpopular at times, but he has maintained Fairfax and our commitment to the least possible toxic ways of dealing with our pests and our vectors. And I would absolutely support having him continue to serve. I agree with the 2-year term. It sounds like it's what he would like, and it's the will of the council. So Frank has my vote. And how would you like me to tally this? I would like to ask for a motion.
I can make a motion.
That would be great.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Frank Egger for a 2-year term to continue to represent Fairfax on the Marin, Sonoma, Mosquito, and Vector Control District Board of Trustees.
Second? No, that's you.
Second.
Okay. So, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay. So the motion passes, and Kohler, how do I say? This is the first time I've done this.
You say Kohler, motion, and second, Reed.
Thank you. All right. Thank you both very, very much. And now we'll move forward to our presentations. We have 2 presentations this evening. I really encourage everyone to stay. And we need 3 minutes, 5 minutes? 3 minutes before we start, just to get everything set up. And thank you again. So I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Everyone ready? So the next portion of the meeting is presentations, and the very first of the presentations is a young gentleman, Noah Block, who is a Drake High School senior?
Yes, I'm a junior.
Junior. And Noah is a member of the Marin County Youth Court, and also, are you on peer resource?
Not at Drake.
Okay. And basically an all-around great educator, youth advocate, and student of Drake High School. So Noah, go ahead.
So thank you. I just wanted to say a little bit. So I'm an advocate at Marin County Youth Court, and what we do there is we work with at-risk youth who have gotten in trouble with the law, mainly drugs and alcohol, but 80% of our cases are drugs and alcohol. Yeah.
Pardon me for interrupting, but how this is going to work, you're going to speak to us, and you have to speak right into the mic, because when I listened to the last meeting on TV, when people did not speak into their mics, I am telling you, you go, wait, what did they say? So please make sure you're speaking in so everyone can hear you and at home.
So I'm a Marin County Youth Court advocate, which is very similar to a lawyer, essentially, and we work with juveniles who have gotten in trouble with the law. Mostly, about 80% of our cases are drugs and alcohol based, and we've had about 1,000 cases go through the program in 11 years. I've personally worked in the program about 150 youth, a little more than that, in various ways. And also, I'm a Drake High School student. Was originally always in this area. First Brookside, Lower, Upper, Manor, White Hill, and now Drake. So I've been to pretty much all the schools in the district. So I have a pretty good idea of what our community is facing in terms of the youth. So just wanted to put that out there. And so I'm giving a presentation on sort of the unintended consequences of marijuana. And while I'm sure there's a lot of people here who are speaking about the obvious positive uses of it medically, I'm going to show it a little bit of a different perspective in that case. So, whoops. All right. So, one of the things that is very scary for some of the people that work in the sort of the clinics and stuff like that is that 8th graders who first started smoking in 6th grade, they pulled this for the Monitoring the Future poll a few years back, and they found that there's been a pretty significant increase in 4 years of the rate of use of what is called the age of onset for 6th graders, and how that it's important is people are starting earlier. It can affect brain development more as they get younger. So shows quite a significant possible problem that we could be having. So you could see 1.5% in 2007, 2009, 3.7%, 2011, 5.2%. So they increased, and as you can see, numbers are pretty small. Just looking at it without looking at the actual rate of increase, which is actually a pretty whopping 247% in 4 years. So that's a scary statistic for a lot of people because it shows that the students are, one, perceiving it not as harmful, and two, smoking more and starting earlier. So, and another statistic, drug-using 6th graders who do start smoking, who perceive marijuana's harm as low, are 63% more likely to get into a car when they do start experimenting in high school, or drive under the influence when they do start experimenting in high school. So even if you're not smoking, these 6th graders are not smoking at the time, they are still much more likely, significantly more likely, 63% more likely, to get into a car with a driver who's under the influence of marijuana or alcohol, a drug in general. So this is not just drug-using students. This is all students can be affected by this just based on their perceived harm. And so we're also talking about the perception of harm being lowered, and the potency of the THC in the marijuana is getting higher over the years. It has been for a few decades, as you can see here. So I'll just read these out. 1960s, 1 to 3% THC, about. And now, 1990s, that time 15 to 23% THC content. Significant increase, as you can see. And now what's now more common, well, not more common, but is happening more and more now in the students I work with, my friends, and other people at my schools, at my school, are oils and dabs and wax. Those are the new things, and that THC potency can be very, very high. It can be 73 to 99%. It's very, very, very high in some cases. And edibles is also becoming more common. Those potency can vary very widely. So you really don't know what you're getting, and what the students don't know what they're getting in really any of these cases, because they're not. How would they know? They're buying it off a dealer off the street, or they're buying it from their friend, who they don't know necessarily either. So it's a slippery slope. And again, I was talking about the perceived harm. As perceived harm drops, the use goes up with marijuana. In 1993, the using 12th graders, this was past year use in 12th graders, in 1993, 26% were smoking marijuana, and 35.6% perceived a significant, saw great risk in smoking marijuana occasionally. And then to 2003, 10 years later, that number jumped for users to 34.9%, went down to 26.6% perceived harm. 36.4% started smoking in 2013, 10 years after that, and then went down to the perception of harm to 19.5%. And you can see the biggest gap in that data where it changes is from 1993 and 2003. And there was an important year that happened then, and I think a lot of you might be aware of it, 1996, which is when California legalized marijuana, medicinal marijuana. So that shows a pretty direct correlation between when we put a label of medical, making it medical, and the use and the perception of harm. The idea is that if you hear, marijuana is medical or marijuana is recreational, in some cases now Colorado, Washington, Alaska, a few other states, the perception is that it's not harmful if it's legal or if it's medical. It's medicine. That's all it is. There's no harm to it at all, period. And that's the argument I get a lot when I'm working with youth or working with my friends or talking to my friends, that it's not harmful at all. It's a health food, which we know the scientists who've looked at this data, it's not the case. So one of the biggest issues that they're seeing in Muir Woods, which is another program working with addicted youth, is that addiction with marijuana. And this is a pretty serious issue. If you use marijuana before the age of 18, you're 5 times more likely to abuse drugs as adults than those who first use marijuana at age 18. And this is because of the brain development. In that 4-year period, there can be a significant change in brain development, just right there alone. So that 4 years, for example, those 4 years are very critical. The brain, they're guessing more or less can vary 2 to 3 years or so. Brain stops developing at about 25. Later for men, but again, can vary between 2 to 3 years. So that's the age where it will be the least harmful and going forward. And then 9% of all marijuana users, adults, youth, everyone, can become addicted. And that addiction is very different than, let's say, alcohol or heroin or methamphetamines. It's a very different type of addiction. It's not life-threatening, and it's not as harmful, but it's still an addiction. It's still classified as an addiction. And then 17% of marijuana users who start in their teens also become addicted, and that's, again, because of the brain development. And these statistics are pretty well known for quite some time, actually. The National Institute of Health, you can go onto the website drugabuse.gov. There's a lot of websites, reputable sources, data, and statistics that show that there is an addiction issue with marijuana. So I wanted to bring it closer to home because a lot of these statistics are national, right? So they do a survey every 2 years at Drake High School, which is where the majority of, from what I understand, Fairfax students go, Drake, right? or at least public schools. And they do a study called the California Healthy Kids Survey. And they ask quite a few questions varying from, have you seen weapons on campus, healthy relationships, do you have an adult in your life that you consider positive, and also alcohol and drug use. And lifetime alcohol and drug use for ninth graders, 64% have never used before in ninth grade. And this was, I believe, 2013, 2014 school year statistics. But then it jumps, the next highest number is 27%, which have used 4 or more times in ninth grade. Now, into 11th grade, my year, not the same students, but the same grade, probably pretty similar. That number for 4 or more times is 50%, it's the highest. So that's a pretty, it goes from 27 to 50 in 2 years or so. So about 50% of teenagers at Drake, juniors, have smoked marijuana 4 or more times. So it can be a lot more than that. And then the next highest is 0 times at 39%, 2 to 3 times at 7%, and 1 time at 3%. And then that's lifetime. The current, which they classify as the past 30-day use, is also very alarming. In ninth grade, 27% have used in the last 30 days for ninth graders, so that's freshmen. That's pretty young. And then grade 11, juniors, 40%. 40% have used in the last 30 days, used marijuana. Not alcohol, which is even higher at 54%, but we're talking about just marijuana, 40%. So 4 kids, 4 out of 10 kids smoking marijuana on a 30-day basis, which is pretty alarming. Also, another statistic on here is that about 25 to 50% of daily users become addicted. So that's also, again, a very scary statistic because a lot of these kids that I've seen, who I work with, are smoking on a daily basis. And that number's, if anything, getting higher, not lower. And that goes back to the perception of harm that you can see here. Again, 36.4% in 2013, 36.4% equates to about 11 students in the average class. So about 11 students have smoked, are using currently. And that occasional number right there, smoking has seen great risk in smoking occasionally, smoking marijuana occasionally, which is how they define the perception of harm. That's once a week. So that's not even 30 days, that's once a week. So it's pretty frightening from my perspective, working with the youth, being a youth myself, and seeing other kids get into this type of stuff. It's an alarming statistic, and it's upsetting to me because a lot of my friends have, maybe it's not marijuana use, but I would expect that what really happened is, students, my best friend, he went from, and this is obviously anecdotal evidence, but I think it's still important, he was getting B's, A's, pretty good student, and then he started smoking, and he started using alcohol, and he started using other drugs, and now he's hopefully getting into a community college, hopefully, but that's about it. So that could be marijuana, that could be a lot of things. But he's not an isolated incident from what I've seen. I've seen many kids in a very similar path. So that's, in terms of my presentation, about it, but I'm very open to questions from anyone, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Noah. Do we have any questions from council members?
Noah, thank you very much, and it was a good presentation. Got any solutions?
That would be a Nobel Peace Prize question, I wish. Maybe somebody from whoever wins Powerball tonight will give me some money for that. There's a lot of things. One is what we work with a lot in the youth court is what's called harm reduction, and the idea behind that is to accept to some degree that these kids are in their experimental ages. They're going to be experimenting, And to some degree, there's nothing we can do about that. So here's how you do it safely and you don't hurt yourself or minimize the harm reduction. So that's one of the things we do a lot and what we focus around. Education's another great one, especially in the earlier years. The normalizing of the sort of the drugs, which basically means it's getting normal. It's getting more normal, is what lowers that perception of harm. Because if everyone's using it, it must not be that harmful, right? Also, obviously, parents can also be very, or healthy adult role models. If parents parent, that would be great. A lot of parents are just not going to parent. Just the facts. And that's when it comes into policy. So, we can, a lot of the parents that come through the program, because the youth come with their parents to some of the classes we offer, they either don't care, they smoke themselves, they think this is stupid, whatever. And those parents are just not going to parent. It's not it. And we have to, at that point, go to policy and go to the classroom and go to schools and have peer-to-peer education. And that's the best way to fix it, in my view.
Okay, Barbara.
No, I want to say a very impressive presentation, and you're also very polished as well. So
thank you.
You're amazing. Just a question, I think it's a little bit of a follow-up on David's, but it sounds like you get involved with kids more when they've gotten in some sort of trouble. Are you involved in any programs where, working with kids through groups at Brown Bag Lunches or something, or things like that at Drake? Because I know it's marijuana, it's alcohol, it's other drugs, and I'd really just like to hear from you. Is there more going on at school that, I think the kids listen more to their peers than they would to adults?
Yeah. In terms of healthy sort of relationships and healthy sort of growth and positive friendships, there's nothing in particular that comes to mind that's being facilitated by the school besides clubs, which are student run. So there's a club with, it's called PALS. It works with the disabled children. They can hang out with other kids and eat, pizza, I think is what they usually do. Stuff like that. Chess club, sports, a lot of stuff. But there's student senate, a lot of things like that.
I guess I would just encourage you, I know you're probably really busy with youth court, but maybe to get some of your colleagues or friends in school to consider what can we do to create a club or brown bag lunches or something that we can get the kids before they get in trouble. And I think your policy of, lessen the harm.
Yeah.
Kids are going to do these things like you say, but how can we make sure that they do it safely and don't get into a car, or that they're not doing it every day to the expense of their studies or something like that. So, maybe some of your friends have more time than you. But thank you so much, Noah.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Peter.
Yes, thank you so much, Noah. I served for about 6 months as a youth court judge, and it was very, very eye-opening. And it was interesting because you'd see a student come in as a defendant, and part of the process was to serve as a juror. And the juror process is really sort of about, doing some peer counseling. And I found that watching one particular young man go through that process, and then having served as a juror 2 or 3 times, his value as a peer resource was just so much better than anything any of the adults in the room could do in terms of that. And then one other comment was the one overarching theme was absent parents, either literally not anywhere in the house or just zoned out themselves. And that's really sad. It's just really, it's heartbreaking, but it really does require some, parental intervention. And, and marijuana is incredibly powerful these days. It just is through, breeding or whatever. So it's, it raises the stakes a little bit. One quick question. I was concerned about minors getting marijuana cards? I mean, they have to get those with their parents or through their parents?
Both parents' permission, both of their parents' permission, from what I understand. Also, I just wanted to put it out there in terms of the medical marijuana. The Drake Jolly Roger, because this is becoming such a prevalent issue, did a news story on it in their feature. So those are behind me over there, right there. It's the feature article, and it shows actually a pretty balanced perspective. It's from, they interviewed two teens, and one of them had cancer and used his medical marijuana how it's really supposed to be used, and that was safely, and to him that would really help, and he didn't start smoking afterwards. Then there's another kid, and he says, I got it because I don't want to get caught by cops anymore. That's it. I paid $55, got on a Skype call, for those of you who don't, it's like a phone call, but video phone call, and said, I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, but said a rather lame excuse, and got his card, and that was it. And he says, you know, if you're kidding yourself, basically, you're kidding yourself if you think that it's anything for that, for people like me. And so that was a very interesting and important article that I think shows both perspectives, too. So I'd encourage you, anyone here, to look at that.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming forward with all this useful information.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Noah, for this presentation. I mean, I mean, when I was in high school, marijuana was back at the 5% or whatever, headache kind of ditchweed kind of level. But, you know, and people would experiment and stuff like that, but it seemed, I mean, the big fear at that point was nuclear Armageddon.
Yeah.
You know, okay, and you know,
Soviets.
the sky is falling. The sky is always falling for one reason or another. But that's what the issue of the day. And right now, it's climate change and all kinds of, you know, there's a laundry list. You know, part of it might be the media. Part of it is the world we live in, and it's a big and complex thing. And really, those types of issues are part. I mean, there's a lot of different people who do it. You know, some people are experimenting. Some people are escaping their reality of, you know, what their life is like or what their parental structure is like. And it really speaks, I mean, to, there's a lot going on. And, you know, in the case of absent parents, that's really an argument where it kind of takes a village.
Yeah.
You know, and that kind of approach, you know, and speaks to community. I mean, I've been involved with Scouts a lot, for instance, especially when my son was at that age. He's in his 20s now. But, and really giving, you know, that's where you shape a lot of attitudes and thoughts and, you know, yes, kids are going to experiment, but it's important to keep it on that experiment level and also to understand and talk about brain development, things like brain development, things like schizophrenic breaks, which are there's kind of a peak in when that, if you are genetically predisposed towards schizophrenia, powerful marijuana does tend to cause schizophrenic breaks. Generally, you know, the peak is around age 20, 21, like that, you know, so it's past that point that you're talking about here. And it's just good to be aware of all this. Just as, you know, you need to make intelligent decisions about, everybody needs to make intelligent decisions, but basically support each other in learning about the world and dealing with the world. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can put your energy into to make the world a better place, which, you know, take a lot of energy. And I mean, obviously, you're doing that right here. This is your issue right here, I suspect. You know, those of us here on the council are getting our $300 a month dealing with other community issues. You know, and you kind of put in your time doing whatever you have the energy for. But I think that as a community, we really need to pay attention and, you know, basically be there for each other and help each other through it. I mean, a lot of people are dealing with a lot of things where, you know, well, medical marijuana is a good example where in situations it is really a very good medicine for a lot of health problems. And so
clearly
you have to balance that out, and we as a community have to work together to make policy and decisions as a community that make sense. So
Yeah.
thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you were talking about experimenting and how youth are going to do it. A lot of times, and what we say a lot of times in youth court is access, experimenting, stuff like that, meets bad luck equals death sometimes. And that's bad luck and that's access. So you can't, again, it's harm reduction, harm reduction, harm reduction. And that's, again, one of the best ways to do it. But absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to go out to the public in case there is someone that really wants to contribute something or ask a question. And seeing none, Noah, thank you so much for educating us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening to this perspective. Yeah. So thanks.
You bet. We'll call on you again with questions.
Thanks.
Okay. We have another presentation. So to follow, we will have a presentation, can't see anymore at all, by Lisa Brinkman, who is the Executive Director of Marin Villages. Thank you for your patience. We're getting a slow start tonight. But thanks for being here. And
can I just say one thing?
And Barbara has something to say.
I just want to say I had asked Lisa to come here and speak on Marin Villages, and one of the things I've been trying to do and others have been trying to do is have presentations that will help seniors stay in their homes or those that need help, understanding that there are a number of tools in the toolbox. And I think this is the last of a series of folks that I brought up. So thank you, Lisa.
First of all, thanks for having me, and I appreciate my opportunity to talk in front of Fairfax. So in some respects, Marin Villages is one of those well-kept secrets in Marin's aging arsenal of options. What Marin Villages is it's a member of a nationwide network. We're the grassroots organization that is trying to address one of the issues that is a major concern to almost all seniors, 95%. And that is, how do I stay in my own home and in my own community and still maintain a fairly active and connected life? We got started after a 2007 civil grand jury report that basically said that if Marin County doesn't start focusing on some of the issues of its aging population, we're going to be hit with that silver tsunami harder than probably any other county in the state of California. Marin County is aging more quickly from a total population than almost any other county in the whole state. They said in our civil grand jury reports, also in 2014, funny enough, that I think by 2025, 35% of Marin County is going to be 65 years or older. What we find is that most of our seniors, many would like to stay in their own homes and in the community. Probably greater concern is in the community than maybe in the physical structure that they're in. Marin, there's a perception that many of our seniors, many of the people in Marin are wealthy, and that is by no means the case. Many of our seniors are living on fixed incomes. They've been here for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Many are in apartments, condos, and other type of homes. But their main concern is that they want to stay in Marin. They want to remain here. So Marin Villages, we are an option. We are a nonprofit. We're a membership organization. We get our revenues from membership dues as well as individual contribution and grants. Our membership fees are very affordable for most people, $32 a month, and we do offer scholarships. We're part of this village movement that was started about 15, 20 years ago in Beacon Hill. And it started in Beacon Hill in Boston, and now there's over 200 villages throughout the United States and almost 100 in California alone. In the Bay Area, there's about 42 villages that are starting. We happen to be one of the bigger ones. What we do is we recruit volunteers from the local community to help seniors in the local communities. It's a very basic concept. It's a neighbor helping neighbor. Many of the seniors that live in our communities find themselves very isolated. Maybe they don't drive anymore. They don't know their neighbors. Their partners or their spouses either have passed or they are not able to do the things that they used to do either. What our volunteers do, so the members, basically, we tell our members, we're like a one-stop shop. We will help you with the things that a volunteer can help with. We will help you do the things that a neighbor or family member was able to help you with before, but maybe your kid's working all the time, so you don't want to ask them, and maybe the neighbor that you always depended on moved, so you're kind of by yourself. They can call us and ask us for requests. Our requests range from rides. We are not a transportation agency, so we don't pretend to compete with Whistle Stop. We don't want to. But if you are a senior living in Marin County and you do not drive, you are isolated unless you live in a downtown area. Fairfax, there's many, many seniors that live in the hills, or they might just live 3 blocks off of a bus run if your buses actually run to a lot of the streets back here, and they can't get out and about. And if you have a mobility issue or a vision issue, you really are isolated in your home. They can call us, they can ask us for a ride, they can ask us for help with their iPhones, their iPads, little handyman repairs around the house, and we can send a volunteer out to help them. Our volunteers are vetted. We have a background check. If they're drivers, we do the DMV check. We're different than your next door and some of the other agencies that say, hey, can anybody help me with this? Because whoever comes to the home of that senior will have been checked out before, and they will have had a background check. So in many respects, when our volunteers come to help out, that senior has the peace of mind to know when they're safe, the person wants to be there, they're part of a bigger organization, and they're their neighbor. They're part of Marin Villages. Our goal is to help them stay in their homes. So we provide services that are handyman services. We might help them with simple household tasks. We've had members whose toilet seats were shaky or they couldn't lift the back of the toilet up and needed somebody to help. We've had members who the electrical socket looked like they might need an electrician, but we were able to have a volunteer come by to tell them that really you don't need an electrician, you just need a little help on your surge protector or whatever. We give a lot of rides. We give rides to medical appointments. We give rides to grocery stores. We give rides to the hairdresser. We give rides to their monthly lunches with their friends. We don't judge and we don't decide how people should use their opportunities to get out. We want people to live the lives that they want to live. And we help them stay connected. We have coffees around town. We have lunches, movie groups, book groups. And while we have some wonderful senior services here, many of our seniors want to be in the community. They want to be at the coffee shop. They want to go to in restaurants. They want to be part of our community, and we help them with that. In addition, we also act as a one-stop shop. So if they have needs that are bigger than what a volunteer would do, something that requires more professional help, we have a list of referrals that we can give them. We can also give them guidance as far as other organizations in the community that may provide that service better than we do or organized around that. So home health, nutrition, Meals on Wheels, and other organizations. So we try to help connect them to the right organization. From a scope standpoint, in Marin County right now, there's about 600 members and volunteers in the Marin Village organization. We've been active now for 6 years. We incorporated in 2009. It is a word of mouth. It is grassroots. So we're trying to build the awareness, and we're trying to recruit. We're trying to recruit volunteers from the local communities. We're trying to recruit members if you need somebody that needs some help, and obviously financing. Every month, we receive over 300 requests for help from our members. We've provided last year over 3,600 rides. In Fairfax, what we've had requests for were short rides, downtown, hairdresser, grocery store, once in a while to the doctors, often to the College of Marin to take a class, and companionship. People want to go for a walk. They want to get out. They want to go around the community and be outside, but they can't do it on their own. So a volunteer can come, go for a walk with somebody, have a conversation. Very, very simple things, but very needed. And in many respects, that's the safety net that keeps the community healthy. If our seniors are healthy, if they're active and they're engaged, they're socializing, they're out and about, the community in general is healthy. So that's it. I've had my 5 minutes and I wanted to keep to that. So we very much would like to engage the Fairfax community. We have members and volunteers in Fairfax, but we need the local community to help us understand where those sources are and how your community works. And we have local villages in, I'll tell you how we're organized real quick. We have local villages right now in Mill Valley, the Tiburon Peninsula, Homestead. Ross Valley includes, it's a really weird amoeba here. It goes from Fairfax to Corte Madera and out to Greenbrae. But we're having conversations with Twin Cities right now to get a Twin City group there. We have the villages in San Rafael and Novato. And we have a central location, so we're a hub and spoke. We centralize our administration, so we do the website, the finances, the member matching, the grant writing, the talks to different groups from our central office. There's only 2 of us there. And then we let the community decide where to meet, what they want to do, and the local villages can decide how their village will reflect their local community. The reason we organized that way was because we didn't want to see the communities around Marin County competing for the same resources. We wanted to consolidate that and try to gain some efficiencies. So we're really excited. We're in our 6th year. We hope to have more members join us from Fairfax. We need more volunteers in Fairfax to help serve those members, and we thank you for the time.
So the part that's missing, how do people contact you?
You can contact us with marinvillages.org. I'm also going to leave some information on the back table with some brochures, some volunteer applications, but marinvillages.org, and it's an okay website, but we're happy with it.
Lisa,
what about a phone number? Excuse me, because not all seniors are on the internet.
Right, we're televised. So if you wanted to give us a call, we're at 415-457-4633. So it's 415-457-4633.
I was just going to ask, I'm going to assume that you're in contact with Jody Timms, who I think you were here when she spoke.
Yes.
And she's our...
And we're very excited about the age-friendly communities because we see the age-friendly as being the policy makers and the villages being the implementers. So we are the feet on the ground. You know, they'll make sure our sidewalks are even and all those other policy type of issues. But we like to put the volunteers to metal.
So you guys are already in contact?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much. Is it anything else pressing?
It takes a village.
Yeah, it takes a village. It does take a village. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we are moving on to the consent calendar. Any special requests from council members?
I just want to very briefly to discuss item 8, the recycling bins. I just kind of wanted to hear where they were going to be and so forth.
Okay, so we don't need to pull that, but it's something we can just cover. Anything else on consent? Nothing. I need to pull number, where are we? number 7 on consent, as I will recuse myself. So let's go ahead and do everything on consent except for number 7. And then I'll step down briefly and we'll come back to it.
Mayor, I think we don't necessarily have to pull it. We can do it separately as a consent item when you step out, number 7.
Oh, yes, we can do it like that. We don't need to move it.
Okay.
Garrett, do you want to give a brief explanation of the recycling? Peter wanted to know more about the recycling.
I think it's great that we're finally getting some recycling bins. Just kind of want to hear a little bit about where they're going to go and so forth. And
well,
that's probably better for the mayor to address. She has a better handle where they're going exactly, if that's the question.
So just really briefly, so what we've done is we've ordered something called cart garages. What will happen is that the Marin sanitary carts will fit right into these garages that will be very durable, and in most of the areas that you see our recycling stations in town in our public right-of-way, the benefit of this and of the expense to the town is that Marin sanitary workers will be able to service all of these stations, and it will relieve our public works guys from dealing with garbage. We will then achieve much higher diversion rates and a much cleaner sort. So there'll be 13 stations. They'll be in similar areas. I can show you the map as we move forward, but we are moving forward. We just ran slightly short in our funds. That's why it's on consent. Public comment on consent before we come back to 7. No? Okay. I'll be right back.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 7.
Actually, the mayor can actually vote on that. She can.
Mayor, did you want to vote on that? Everything except item 7?
Okay.
Just so I'm making a motion, and I think John was seconding, right? No?
Either I can second, or I think David was also seconding, but yeah.
Okay, so
So I made a motion to approve everything 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Somebody seconded, and then we want to know how we all vote.
Okay, so all those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And anyone opposed? Okay, good.
Okay.
Motion passes. So
I'm sorry.
Kohler, motion Kohler, and John Reed, second.
Okay. And as vice mayor, I guess I will entertain a motion for item number 7.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Weinsoff, second Kohler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. Back so soon?
Yes, I am going to move the council member reports, if that's okay with everyone.
There we go. I'll go first.
I was going to move them only because of where we are.
Where are you going to move them to?
To the end.
No.
We're not moving them to the end.
No,
Okay.
You're not getting my vote to move it to the end because I know that some members of the community have stayed to discuss it. They made public comment during open time, very thoughtful.
Okay.
I have some responses to that. I don't want to also want to speak to the community generally through the television and don't want to do it at 11:30 or 12 o'clock at night.
Okay, got it. Are we okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay. You want to start?
Yeah, let me start. I think the issue of flooding is extraordinarily challenging, and I think the issue of how we're going to deal with flood control is particularly challenging because it's been 10 years and 2 weeks since we flooded, and like everything, generally life moves on, and it's hard to remember what it was like. So I thought I would take just a few minutes to remind folks what that miserable day was like. Houses were knocked off their foundation. Mud streaming through streets. Our downtown here in Fairfax flooded significantly. San Anselmo, even worse. People's homes inundated with floodwaters. In San Anselmo, a citizen was rescued by one of our public safety officials, a firefighter who almost lost his life. The town of Fairfax's town hall was effectively destroyed, and the town staff for months on end moved into trailers. We submitted bills for hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars to recoup the cost that we had, and as I think everybody knows, Fairfax lives on a lean budget. And to this day, 10 years later, we have not been fully compensated, and we will not be fully compensated. Those are just facts. One can have one's opinion on many things, but as the expression goes, you cannot have your own facts. And that's what happened, and that will happen again. And my fear, and I'm reaching out to the community, and it is with respect to the Glen Drive neighborhood. I know what's going on, and I appreciate your concern about your neighborhood, but it's the same concern that the folks on Wood Lane had about their flooding issue, or the people on Porteous have on theirs, and on and on and on. So many streets have concerns, and you have yours, and the responsibility of the electeds of the county, in this case for Flood Zone 9, is to ensure that we're able to provide flood protection, but in a way that respects your values and the protection for your neighborhood, while ensuring that the entire town, in fact, the entire Ross Valley, is protected to the greatest extent possible. Very succinctly and very strongly, I have to tell you that we have spent close to $3 million and 8 years studying flooding in the Ross Valley. Over the course of more than 100 years, we went about our business corrupting this valley as just about the best we could. We filled it with houses and cement and tar, and when that water comes down, it is rushing into those creeks. Somehow, miraculously, our creeks seem to be able to handle the, I don't want to say day-to-day, but seasonal rains that we get. What it cannot handle is, after what we've had for the last couple of days, you see that the ground is saturated. In fact, in my neighborhood, you can tell it's saturating because it's popping out of the ground, and mud is running down the streets from the privately owned property above where I live on Ridgeway Ave. In 2005, an angry cell, which you would see on Doppler radar as bright, bright red, comes over our town, and it's like a bucket, and it just dumps an inordinate amount of water on top of us in a very short period. And it is that sort of event, at least in 2005, and it almost happened one or two other times, that created the flooding on that terrible morning. If we do not build the detention basin at Lefty Gomez Field, it will happen again. The idea of low-impact development, the idea that I think honestly and sincerely have been forwarded by tens of citizens about things to do, swales and different sorts of culverts and things, all well-intentioned, is not going to stop the floodwaters of 2005 or anything close to it, the so-called 100-year flood. If we do not have the Lefty Gomez detention basin at the top of our watershed, and frankly one other one, we will flood. And there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I will ask the minutes clerk to put that in the minutes for tonight, because heaven forbid it ever happen again. I want the community to know that the representative that this council appointed 8 years ago and has attended almost every meeting, missed a few, attended almost every meeting, has read the volumes of material that have presented to the Flood Zone Advisory Board, not by one consultant firm, but we went back and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a second opinion. And all of that in total leads me as your representative to tell you that the things that you have put in your email to members of the community is misinformation, and it's extremely dangerous. The most important thing that I want you to know is that we will sit down, as we have in dozens of meetings, anywhere at any time, to discuss this with any community possible. Suzuki raised the point earlier that I had emailed to her last week after her latest email and said, you know, we're going to be having another bigger meeting just at Whitehill to discuss this. But before that, please bring interested members of your group together, and Supervisor Rice herself and I will come to your neighborhood and we'll have, should we call it, a pre-meeting to discuss all these things. But don't send things out that have misinformation. Don't talk about what a flood detention basin is going to look like when, frankly, we don't have any idea what it's going to look like. In fact,
I would bring to your attention the only planning document that we have. I brought a copy of it, all 2 pages of it, single-sided. We just don't have that information. Saying that the important ecosystem of the creeks will be harmed, please understand that I've spent 30 years of my life as a plaintiff's side environmental litigator. I know that we will do nothing before an alphabet city of environmental agencies come in and review everything from top to bottom to ensure that the natural ecosystem is protected. Please, please do not try to draw a correlation that at another detention basin that doesn't look like the one we haven't planned resulted in the death of 2 children. That does nothing to promote the conversation. In fact, I think the way I put it in my email is the way that I think we should go forward. We have to cool the temperature on this issue, because the best decisions that we always make are the ones when we do them a bit dispassionately, and we look at the facts, and we go forward in the best way possible. So at this point, I think it's absolutely essential that people in this community understand that no government official likes to spend millions of dollars on something like a detention basin, a hole, a ditch in the ground. Gosh, as liberals, give us an anti-marijuana program. Give us the program on how to help our seniors, and we will spend the money gleefully. Don't have a choice here. We do not have a choice here. If we did, and we're able to do low impact development, trust me, we would do it more cheaply. The concept that was raised by Frank Egger, the concept that was raised by Mayor Ford Green at the December Flood Zone 9 meeting is leading us down a bad path. We should not be thinking about referendums here. If this referendum, it's going to pull this community apart. And more than that, if that referendum passed and passions were raised and we did not get the detention basin, I can assure you we will flood again. Please stand back. Let's take a second look, see what we can do to ameliorate the concerns of the neighborhood, but do so in a way that respects the fact that we have to protect Fairfax and our neighbors downstream in the Ross Valley. And thank you all for giving me a few extra minutes.
Okay. Thank you, David. Barbara.
I'll be brief. I just want to say one thing, David. You know, I know you're very wanting people to participate in meetings. I think someone suggested, and I sit on the board of Community Media Center of Marin, it would be a great idea to consider having those meetings televised, and then, you know, a lot of people would watch them at home. So maybe that's something you can bring to
I'll take it back to them.
All right, and on that note, I did attend a board meeting of the Community Media Center of Marin, and we have a fundraising drive right now. And these are the folks who televise our meetings, and Damien's here televising tonight for us. I also did a commercial media spot for the Cool California Challenge, and which I actually saw, and I believe I characterize myself as the creature from the crypt, but I will say this. The Cool California Challenge is, there are 22 cities in the state who have signed up for this. It would be nice if there were more. And really what you do is you go on and calculate how you have lowered your carbon footprint. I know Bruce Ackerman and I have done it, and not very many people in Fairfax has done it. And what you do is, if we all get on and sign on and go through the calculations, we get points. Potentially we could win. I can tell you right now we're not going to win, because I think El Cerrito and Claremont are way ahead of us. But if you do win, you get bragging rights to say you're the coolest city in California, which I believe we already are, and for various reasons. But additionally, you get some money for sustainability projects. But we don't need to win. We're already there. But I think if more people get on and calculate, and soon you will see that horrible commercial of me. And then I also attended the countywide public disaster emergency preparedness meeting. I tabled with the committee I'm on, the Fairfax Climate Action Committee, for getting people to sign up to Deep Green during the holiday fair, and also attended a Marin Clean Energy meeting. So with that, I'm done.
John.
Okay. Yeah, so this is usually we talk about what meetings we came, and sometimes we bring stuff back. And in fact, December is a lot of meetings are canceled, so Ross Valley Paramedic Authority is canceled. The Chamber had a mixer, which is a good thing to go to. It raises money for the Chamber, and it's a lot of fun. I think a lot of people went there. Fire Board couldn't get a quorum for the GPIC. Volunteers had a holiday party in this room, which was great, you know, setting up wreath making and whatnot. I went, you know, to a couple of different Transportation Authority of Marin meetings, and one of them I'll talk about at the end. I did attend the Flood Zone 9 meeting that you were at, David, and it was very interesting. I mean, one of the things, as you're talking about that, it's Lefty Gomez is the field that saves a lot of money because it's fairly big and it's publicly owned, but it's also very publicly used. And I would encourage Flood Zone 9 not only to televise its meetings, but also to really look at all the other options. Some of them are less efficient in that they're smaller or expensive because the land needs to be purchased, but I would encourage that.
John, I just want to interrupt. You were right. We spent an inordinate, probably an extra year. We had I'm sorry to take up your time, but you're raising a great point, and I should have raised it before. Well, that we originally tasked Stetson Engineers, local firm, to look at only publicly owned facilities.
Yes.
We then went back and hired another firm, CH2M Hill, to go out and look at every single possible facility that was out there. I personally killed 2 of them. The one that Michael McIntosh is talking on his property, as soon as I heard about it, within minutes, I had zapped it. And also, they wanted to do one, hold on to your shoes, in Cascade Canyon. And I said, well, that's going off the table as well. And I voiced concerns on other ones. The point is, not just every single possible detention basin site, but every possible opportunity to address flood control in a minor way has been analyzed. Thus, the bridges are being replaced mostly with Caltrans money, and on and on.
Yeah, I get it. I get that. Now, is that information on the website?
The website, yes. And we have
because when I've been to the website, it's had, you know, schematics of Lefty Gomez and things like that.
It had
but it's important for it to have all of this information on there, and we should probably leave it there because, you know, it goes on and on.
I would just say one last thing, is that we also spent, I think we gave a contract out, $75,000 or so to actually ensure that as much public outreach as possibly could be imagined was done. I take Barbara's note. Actually, I think it was one of the other, it was Dan Hilmer of Larkspur who suggested that we actually begin to be more aggressive in our outreach either. So I will take it back and express the council's favor in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as much as you can imagine, I mean, there's always good creative ways to communicate with people, and use your imagination as much as possible. I would just encourage that. Let me see, I also watched the Planning Commission meeting, and the other thing that I went to on Monday was 2 different meetings of the TAM Executive Committee. This is a Transportation Authority of Marin, and one of the things that they were looking at that was the results of an east-west corridor transportation study, and this looked at trolleys, it looked at buses. Earlier we had analyzed it in terms of bicycle and pedestrian rights-of-way and how to make that route contiguous and much more friendly. Dick Spotswood wrote an article today in the IJ about it that mostly focused on how much money it cost. I mean, studies do cost a lot of money, and I think that one cost a little too much money. But that said, it did bring up, you know, it basically figured out where all the people were, how much it would cost to do various different things, and it pretty much put the trolley thing way out of the park, and that's definitely not going to happen, I'll bet. Basically, there's not enough space to handle the people, and people sit in traffic and burn up lots of fossil fuels sitting in their car every day. And everybody realizes that, and so they want to do something about it. And a number of interesting things came up that were possibly down the road in the future in that meeting. But what I should bring back to this council is that one of the options there is a high-frequency bus system where the bus would run every 15 minutes from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m., I believe, or maybe it's 6 a.m., but not until the bars close, which is unfortunate. And that was one of the options on the table, and the question was asked from somebody in Novato whether our councils in Fairfax and San Anselmo had weighed in on whether this is a good idea, because it would also change our arena numbers significantly. I mean, basically, if you have a transportation link with the train on one end and frequent bus service, this changes the formula by which all our arena numbers, which are the number of houses or apartment buildings that are required to be built, are here. And so we should put this on the agenda at a future meeting if this council feels that this is important to weigh in on. We need to talk about that as an agendized meeting, I believe. Is that true? I mean, this is not a project that is there, but basically this TAM board was asking for feedback like that.
Okay.
Should we talk about that as a future meeting? Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to make sure that we get really accurate information prior to opening a discussion about it, because I've read several different recounts of that.
That's part of
So
having it be a public item.
We'll make sure that we get some information in which we can then discuss. Okay, Peter, we need to move along, guys.
Yes, thank you. Well, December was a very slow month for me. None of the boards I sit on really met. I did go to the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce holiday party at Deer Park Villa. It was very nice. And that's about all. It's been, things kind of grind to a halt in December, January.
You just went to a party?
Someone's got to do it.
Well, I was there too. I did spend a lot of time downtown, and I appreciate Rose's perseverance in the matter of making sure that our merchants are supported during the holidays. I do believe that an apology goes out without pointing blame, because there's a million pieces of this system, but our merchants did struggle during the holiday, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So thank you to the merchants. I did hear it was a very, very strong year financially for our merchants, and that Christmas couple of weeks around that holiday time is vital to them. And so thank them for their patience. We've had several BPAC meetings, which is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We have completed and looked back at projects that were in our most recently updated Bicycle Pedestrian Transportation Plan, and we've added several thanks to the participation of the advisory committee. And we will be holding a public workshop in order for the public to weigh in on any transportation projects, be bicycle and pedestrian safety projected projects, in order to make things function more smoothly for our bike and ped transport. Started the year with the Mayor and Chamber of Commerce and Town meeting. We'll move forward with hopefully exciting projects and ways to support our businesses. I did go to the Flood Zone 9 meeting. Just met in an ABAG delegates meeting for the cities. We talked about the MTC and ABAG potential merger and the study that's taking place. And I continue to work with the White Hill administration, custodial staff, and Zero Waste Marin to bring the project of zero waste to White Hill, which will include a composting program and will decrease our landfill numbers and the weight of the stuff, get the food out of the landfill, which is vital to our progress towards zero waste. And with that, we will actually ask the town manager for a report.
Two quick things. Update on the ordinance to modify the toilets. What I've done is I've met with the Marin Association of Realtors, and the next step, I indicated I would coordinate a meeting with the Marin Municipal Water District and the Marin Association of Realtors to talk about it a little bit more, and hopefully we come back to you in February. And then a quick update on the retrofit, PG&E retrofit of our LED streetlights. I met with PG&E a couple of times. We're pretty close. Need to work out some details in the agreement, some of the scope of work, and we pretty sure we'll bring something to the council for consideration in February.
Thank you. With the permission of the council, can I see a show of hands of folks that are here for the medical marijuana ordinance? Oh, so it's not everyone. All right. Well, then we're going to continue with our agenda as it is written. So, moving on to item number 10 on the agenda. This is an introduction and first reading for the emergency homeless shelter standards, and amending the on-site management provisions. So could I have a staff report, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try and make time, okay, because I think you've got most of your crowd here for the cultivation issue. This is, I think, an uncontroversial minor change to an existing ordinance. As you said, it's the introduction, first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Section 17.138, Emergency Homeless Shelter Standards of Title 17, amending on-site management. If you recall, back when we were approaching the adoption of the updated housing element, we found out from the state that we had, when we got the conditional letter of certification from the state on our housing element we set in, they said that we had two things to accomplish to stay in compliance, that by June 31st we should do our ordinance changes to bring in sync with the general plan, the zoning changes, and we should amend the emergency shelter ordinance that you passed so that there was not discretionary review by the planning director on the homeless shelter standards. So that's what you have before you. And this was heard on December 17th by the Planning Commission, and they've pushed it up to you with the attached resolution. I apologize. Oh, excuse me. No, that's right. And then just one heads up, HCD has reviewed the attached language modifications, and they've already indicated that the language is acceptable. So without further ado, if you want me to go into more detail, I will. But
any questions from council? Any public comment? And could I entertain a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to introduce and waive the first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Section 17.138.010, Emergency Homeless Shelter Standards of Title 17, Zoning of the Fairfax Town Code.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so motion Kohler and second Lax. Sorry. Okay.
Great.
And moving on to item, it's unanimous. Thank you, John. So moving on to item number 11, the subject is the introduction and first reading by title only, an ordinance amending all the chapters that you see in front of you of the Fairfax Town Code to allow and regulate junior second units within existing single-family residences. And the staff report, please.
okay, I'm going to try and do the same thing, make some time here. This is, I don't believe, controversial, although there are a couple of folks here that might want to speak to this. If you recall, the housing element called for creating an ordinance to allow junior second units in town. And let me just reiterate, this is an exciting opportunity to address affordable housing within the built environment without actually adding increased built environment, but carving out unused bedrooms as what we're referring to as junior second units without the additional cost. The existing residential second unit is onerous in terms of the on-site parking requirement, fire code compliance for sprinklers, and with utilities, it costs up to $10,000 for hookups for water and $10,000 for sewer. Most of the complaints we get about the second units that are so costly are the on-site parking requirements, the fire sprinklers, the hookup fees, and increased property taxes. Junior second units represent a way to mitigate those costs. The staff report goes into detail comparing the regular second units with the junior second units. The one little kicker on whether the state counts this towards our regional housing needs allocation. If there's a dedicated bathroom in this junior second unit, then they'll count it as a part of our arena if there isn't. Just backing up a second, one thing is when you take a existing vacant bedroom and you repurpose it under this ordinance, you have to add an outside door. You have to leave an inside door that's locked from both sides, sort of like a hotel situation. The kitchen goes in as a kitchenette. It's very limited, doesn't go up to 220, it's just 110. It's a very modest approach. And while Novato, among other municipalities, have adopted these ordinances, they've had success with getting utilities to back off. We will be lobbying the utilities to back off because these are already entitled spaces. And if you note, we passed out a supplemental to the ordinance that was in your original packet, and we have a couple of friendly revisions to make to recommend as staff here. It was pointed out to us that while the staff report indicated that we would work with the local utilities to eliminate or reduce connection fees, the ordinance didn't. So we added a whereas on page 2. And then on page 3, the third paragraph, with regards to the owner occupancy and an affidavit supporting that, we originally included the 3-year inspection because that's actually in the existing second unit language. And upon further consideration and a little bit of concern from the building industry and the main advocate, Ms. Rachel Guinness from Lily Pad Homes, we've taken an initiative to provide you with a little different approach to that, even though the Planning Commission, having deliberated, left that in. But we've taken the step to just say we're fine with just going with the resale inspection to verify that things are as they are. In reality, with the second units, we don't really have the bandwidth for, personnel-wise to do these inspections. So we think that we can keep a handle on things for the resale. I encourage everyone to take a look at the staff report online and avail yourself to this very interesting opportunity. We hope that it will provide added income to seniors that have homes that are not fully occupied, to young couples trying to buy in, and also provide affordable housing. And I would point out that this is written up with a unit size of 150 to 500 square feet. So we feel that this will be more affordable by definition. And with that, I'll just stop there unless you have any questions.
Any questions? Barbara.
Oh, I just want to thank Garrett, who I met with today on these few changes. And I think, in my mind, I think it's great. These few additions really, I think, polish it up nicely. Thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, I'd like to just kind of understand the pros and cons for this inspection every 3 years. I'd be curious to hear why the Planning Commission wanted that in the ordinance, and then the objection to having that, which led to the proposed revision. I just kind of want to understand the pros and cons of that.
I think the best way to describe it is when we prepared the ordinance, we just grabbed the language related to inspections from the existing second units. So we put it in there not really thinking about it, but as we think about it more, it's really more onerous on town staff when you have one building official who's also the inspector, to try to go out and inspect all these units every 3 years. It's just not very feasible, and to tell you the truth, I'm not sure how often we inspect second units if we do that every 3 years. Upon resale, we do inspect all the units, and so that was the determination. But from the Planning Commission's perspective, from what I can recall, although I don't know if I stayed there for that, I think the issue is it wasn't very much discussed. It was there, but what we did was, it's just because we took language existing and we didn't really think about it. But upon consideration, we thought, well, it's probably not a good idea.
But that's also at the heart of Rick Wells's Marin Builders Association letter. I mean, they support this in its entirety, but their sentence is junior second unit ordinances and other jurisdictions do not include a 3-year inspection provision. We support ordinance consistency throughout Marin's municipality, as they did with green building standards and other things.
John.
Yeah. I guess I'll bring up, I think I brought it up last time, the prohibition of gas in this second unit. I mean, it's, I don't know. I guess that's a personal preference. You know, I hate electric stoves, and you know, and so gas just kind of seems excessive to not have that in there. And the main thing is that there's language in here that says, well, when a second unit exists already on this property, you can't do that. You can't do a junior second unit. And since the parking requirements of that existing bedroom in that house is already taken care of with that initial unit, what's the argument for not having an additional thing?
I'll be glad to speak to that. First of all, Nevada's ordinance, which the general plan called as sort of a model, stipulates you can have either a junior second unit or a second unit. And this is technically an alternative to second unit, but the real reasoning behind this, in my mind, is that you would, in essence, be negating single-family zoning. Right now, since the 1970s, Governor Brown, back in his first round, passed something statewide that said any single-family lot in California is allowed a second unit unless the local municipality disallows it, okay? So that set in motion turning single-family residential lots into having the opportunity of providing a second unit along the same grounds of affordable housing back then. If you were to allow a second unit and a junior second unit, you're in essence turning a property, a single-family lot, into multifamily housing. And in our multifamily housing zone, in our ordinance under that, it's very specific about how many square feet you need per unit. And in fact, a duplex in the RM, in the multifamily zone, a duplex, that means 2 equal-sized units, requires a conditional use permit. So the reasoning is, if you're allowing 3 units or a house with 2 junior units and an auxiliary standalone second unit, you're going into multifamily housing in a residential neighborhood.
Well, in fact, we are, but we're adding housing that serves people's needs. I mean, an argument can be made that, you know, say, you know, it's an elderly couple, their kids have moved out, they need a caretaker, they happen to have a second unit which helps them pay the mortgage, et cetera. They could use a caretaker, and that caretaker could use a place to live.
This is for you to decide. We're just putting forward our best recommendation.
That's true. I mean, I don't necessarily want to use Novato as our model going forward. I think that we need to think about all these details and discuss this as a council and think, oh, is this a good idea?
I think, John, I asked the same question prior to the meeting, and I think it's really critical that we not, basically what the real point that came home to me was negating the single-family zoning and changing it into a mixed residential. And I think, having sat on the Planning Commission not as long as Peter, I think that's a real problem. And so, and I think Jim's pointing out that it requires conditional use permits. So I think that's hugely precedential, and I think should something like that come up, somebody should change the zoning and do so. But I think what we're trying to do is advocate for a less expensive way to do a second unit that will serve a lot of purposes. And then for those folks who want to do real second units, you know, we'll be working on those ordinances in the future. So I strongly object to it, and I initially raised the same question because it seemed to me to make sense, but the zoning issue to me was a big reason not to do it.
So just as a question, is there any provision for making some kind of exception on in a situation that would not require a full zoning change?
Well, this was exactly what I was going to suggest. We do a conditional use permit and call it a junior third unit or something like that, just to differentiate. Does that make sense, or do we even want to go there? Not tonight, maybe. But
I think it makes sense in general. Absolutely. We're trying to house
I mean,
people,
we're
and
trying to
the
house
caretaker
people. Yeah,
issue
exactly.
is different than a second unit where you would
Yes.
have maybe a...
Very much so.
I
think we should look at it.
I share Jim's concern that, you could keep having junior second units, and pretty soon, you have a boarding house. And
Which
I
is
think
in fact legal in my current zoning, 5.5-7.
Well, that's, but, I think, I would have concerns too that houses would get, kind of chopped up into too many kind of rental units, and that's.
So, point of order, you're asking questions at this point, and then you'll deliberate after the public chimes in, yeah?
Absolutely. I have a couple questions, if I could. Concrete. So it says on page 2 of the ordinance that junior second unit provides independent living facilities for one or more persons. Is there a max? I mean, if a family of 4 wants to move into 200 square feet?
There's no max. There's actually a minimum. In terms of the Fair Housing Act for California or the feds, it's a minimum of 2 people for a studio or 2 people for a 1-bedroom, and depending on which fed or state law you're going on, it could be 2 people per bedroom and 1 for the unit. But we're talking about mostly standalone studios in this case, I believe. I suppose there could be an exception with 500 square feet where you might have an alcove bedroom and another room, and then you would be, possible to get 3 people in there. And but no, there's nothing against maximizing.
Because I know multiple situations of a mom with 2 kids looking for a place that could live in 1 room quite happily.
And so there's no max to answer your question.
Okay. One other question. Are we not going to look at the owner-occupied piece? Are we all satisfied with that?
That was my question.
The piece of that
it
the
needs to
Planning
be
Commission
owner-occupied.
deliberated about, whether it needed to be owner-occupied or not?
I'd be glad to speak to that reasoning if you like.
I think it's an important thing to discuss. So
You want me to bring it up? You want me to explain the reasoning?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, if you allow owners of property, residences in this town, to live outside the town, and then you afford them this benefit, you're basically subsidizing a financial advantage for people who are not Fairfax residents, is one. And you're, I believe, incentivizing people who are not Fairfax residents turning residential zone property into multifamily or into income property.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
I mean, I can also argue the other side. I'm not sure whether we need to do that. I'm okay with both. Okay, and then just one last thing, if I can decipher my. That's not it. Does anyone else have any questions before we go out? I just wanted to. Oh, here it is. About the hookup fees. And I see you've added that, we'll be working with utilities. But it does say here that that the districts confirm that connection or meter fees for installation of a wet bar within a single-family residence would not be charged. However, when defined as a separate unit, the utility would impose the same connection fee as those associated with a typical residential second. So are you saying that we're going to work through that with the utilities?
Well, this was taken from Novato. It's referencing Novato's experience and feedback. And what we will do is reach out to the Ross Valley Sanitary District and the Marin Municipal Water District and try to reason with them. And I think there's a strong argument for the utilities to not impose hookup fees because you're basically repurposing already entitled space. The impacts are no difference. It's basically creating a pride of entry, a pride of occupancy that is within an already built environment that was entitled and hookup fees were paid for.
Okay, and Novato was successful in getting those
Yes.
fees. Okay, great.
Okay.
So,
Well, go ahead.
no, I was going to go out to the public.
Oh, okay. One last question. Is that policy of every unit has its own hookup things determined by the utilities or by the municipality? Because I know that when I lived in the East Bay, there was one water meter that did my house, which was a cottage, and the house in the front. It was one water meter, and we just worked out the water bill between us.
Well, I can't speak, I'm not.
I mean, I think that was fairly common there.
If you were to attempt to build a standalone second unit under the regular ordinance, you would be hit with these onerous fees.
I'm trying to get away from hitting those onerous fees because that's one of the things that's discouraging second units.
Right, that is the reason for this whole.
I mean, what's driving it though? Is that municipal law, something that we have control over, or is it something that the utility is imposing on us?
The utilities, I believe, set the fees.
Okay, good? No? Keep going.
I'd like to look into it further to see
So if I hear
whether
you
we
right,
can
you're
do
saying,
something
do
about
we
that.
have any hook on whether we can approve or disapprove the fees that they set with the sanitary district or the hook water?
they're interested in raising their fees. I mean, that's obvious, but whether they have the legal ability to do that or whether we have the ability as a municipality to say something about that and discourage them from doing so.
We can look into that.
Yeah,
but,
I'd like it, for future.
But I think, and this is not my area of expertise, but I think utilities, not unlike how we operate as staff, they have to justify their fees based on impact. And I think this is a hard argument for them to make, that there's added impact.
I would agree.
Okay, so can we go to the public, please?
Mayor, could I just ask as a point of order that you say you'd like to open the public hearing and then close it? Because it's a public hearing for the ordinances?
Yes.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. Bruce Ackerman, and I'm just speaking for myself, even though I was on the Planning Commission when we reviewed this ordinance. But with the changes, I think that the changes are good, and my personal feeling is I support the ordinance as it's presently proposed. With regard to the idea of adding the possibility of a third second unit, I would just want to point out that there's nothing that prevents people who live in a house from having people live with them in the house. You don't have to divide the house up into separate units and everybody have their own kitchen. That's one thing you can do, but you don't have to do that. And so it doesn't prohibit someone from having another person live in their house to take advantage of the space just because we don't permit the dividing of every bedroom into its own little kitchen. So I think stopping where we are makes sense. So in general, I think it's just great the way it is, and thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
How could I pass an opportunity on this? I would like to make sure that we know what we're talking about. And the reason I enter this conversation this way is really what we're trying to do is make units that are more affordable. Currently in the Ross Valley, and it's actually assessed by the county to my property, I have I have 2 gas meters, 1 water meter, 1 electric meter. I'm assessed for 41 units. That means times the sewer fee, times the 2 Ross Valley school bonds, times the Measure J, times the MIRA, I'm times 41 times. So when you make this unit, depending on your designation, you're going to see all these additional taxes duplicated. That's why we do not have affordable housing. I don't know if the city can override this because from the county, I'm assessed on per unit, and so I'd like to see something in this that we identify that and or do something to preclude how they could actually attach all those taxes. Because right now, if you have a single family home with 12 bathrooms, or you have a 7 by 10 foot apartment with a single toilet, you're hit those same fees. And so I understand that this argument before us right now, which I support, is to make something more affordable in our town. And I want to make sure that we're not burdened with all those additional taxes that in turn make it not as affordable.
May I speak to that? I believe it's the same argument. The impacts are no greater than what's already allowed on the site. So the county assessment for tax purposes is moot. It's two-bedroom, the bedroom count is the same. You might get reassessed if you add a bathroom, adding value to the property, but I don't believe a cogent argument can be made that carving out a room with a separate entrance is an added assessment.
I'm just hoping we can strengthen that and support that.
I don't know that we can as a town. I think it's a tax assessor issue that, you know, them exercising their taxing authority. It's an interesting question whether that would create another unit to be assessed, but I don't know the answer to that. I don't think there's anything we can do, though, to tell the county, hey, you can't assess this.
Why don't we just check into that?
We can check into that. And also, hey, if we eliminate the hookup fees, $20,000, and we eliminate the sprinkler, which is $10,000, and we eliminate the parking, which is often not possible on antiquated subdivision lots, and they got assessed for taxes, which I don't think they will, there's a huge benefit, any rate, towards affordability.
Right, thank you.
Hi,
Public comment.
I'm Nicosia from Lily Pad Homes. I wanted to address the utility thing. First of all, MMWD has stated their intent to have no fees for these units. We've also talked to some of the others, and Las Galinas Sanitary District is which I know isn't your area, but it's just sort of illustrative. They're looking at what they are tossing around right now is no fees if the total cost of the project is under $50,000. So the utilities are coming around, but it is up to them. They get to make the choice. I wanted to thank the planning director and the planning commissioners for passing a great ordinance. Lily Pad Homes are very happy with this, especially with the tweaks that we heard about tonight, and we urged the town council to pass it. We have talked to a lot of Fairfax residents who are interested in doing this and are eager to do it. Homeowners who need extra income, homeowners who need caregivers, and renters who are looking for places to live. We have already worked with the library, and we have a class on junior second units set up for February 24th, and the library will be publicizing that. So probably followed by more. And we just thank you for making this additional housing opportunity available.
That's great. So, Sierra.
Do you have more questions?
No, we're good. I was just calling up this gentleman.
I'd like to suggest that just whether people live in the house or not, there's a couple of spins on that. What about someone who actually lives in Fairfax but not in that particular residence? Because Jim had said something about not living in town. And also, what about affordable housing? I mean, affordable housing by definition, I mean, none of it's affordable, I don't think, period. It's like $1,500, $1,200, $2,000 for a room, whatever it is. But I've got a different definition of affordable, I guess. But small spaces by definition are affordable. If you want affordable housing, why not have some more smaller spaces that are more affordable? And the only way you're going to get that is by being able to split stuff up. Second units, junior thirds, whatever you call it. How do you do that? And what about people that live in town but don't live on that property? Are they still, they have to live on the property, they just have to be residents of town? It's like, that's two different possibilities. And I'd like to say something about the flood detention thing too, just because I'm up here, and that is,
Sierra, you know we can't do that.
I know we can't, but we're built in a floodplain and the water goes where it goes.
I understand. Sierra, you need to come back when that's agendized, or come back at open time.
Yeah. What can we do for affordable housing? And I don't know.
Thank you. Back to council.
I think I would say that...
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lori Mackey. I live on Broadway, and I'm really interested in the lily pad home, junior homes. I just inherited a home, and I'm past 63, so this situation is really a good thing for me, and I thank you that it's passed Fairfax.
Because so rarely do we get somebody who's actually going to put it into effect. If you had a junior second unit, would you be, I can't figure out the difference between the roommate sort of concept and would you consider the relationship with the person that you choose to move into the junior unit? Would you be opening the rest of your house to that person to share it as well? The living room,
It depends on the person. You know, it really would. I would be willing if it was the right person. Yeah.
I actually have one other question as well, but this is just a general. I'm not sure this is for you per se, so thank you. But I'm just wondering, do you have any idea in terms of the numbers of people either expressing interest or people who are moving forward? And this is probably more a question for Rachel, to be honest.
Right.
Do you know what percentage approximately are? Rachel, do you mind coming up? Because I think I would really like to know the answer to this. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Rachel Guinness. I'm so sorry. I have laryngitis a little bit.
Oh, okay. It'll just be a number, maybe.
So we don't have hard numbers on that.
I'm just wondering about a very specific thing. In terms of arena numbers, it requires a bathroom, a full bath. And I'm wondering how many people is sort of expressing interest to you, and I'm not asking you for an actual number if you don't have it, obviously. How many people have expressed interest in doing it with a bathroom in order that would help us with our arena versus, no, we're just going to have a room and we'll have a shared bath?
So far, the people who have called us have all been interested in creating private units, and I think that the privacy piece is huge. So we're kind of an extension. Lori made a great point. We're kind of an extension of the shared housing movement.
Okay, that's excellent. I just wanted to see if that was how that was working.
Thanks, and thank you so much, really, thank you.
Okay, we're going to close we're not going to, I'm sorry, I keep missing people. Come on up, I apologize.
John Stolp, 107 Taylor Drive. I just want to make two quick points. One is I think the ownership issue is really important because thinking back to my days in college, if the landlord or the owner's around, people tend to be better behaved. They want to live in an environment that doesn't have a lot of parties going all night. And, it's just a different atmosphere if the owner is around. And I just think it would be more accepted by the community also. And the second point is, I think the big issue is the heart and soul of Fairfax. I mean, do we want to be a community where we all have to race to the city to a high-paying job in our BMWs? Or are we going to have jobs here that are, we have a lot of low-paying jobs at the away station or the health food store? And, do we want to be a community where those people can live here? So I think that's the bigger issue. What do we want to be as a community? And if we say, hey, we want people to be able to live here, I think we're going to be more tolerant of some of the little problems that this will bring up. Because, nothing's 100% good. There will be problems. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And bringing back to council, anything more, or are we ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Well, first, I'm ready.
Did I skip some?
No. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to introduce and waive first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Fairfax Town Code, Chapter 17.048, Residential Second Units, 17.076, RS-7.5 Single Family Residential Zone Medium Density, 17.080, RS-6 Single Family Residential Zone High Density, 17.084, RD 17.5-7 residential zone high density, 17.116 SF-RMP single family residential master plan district, and 17.124 UR upland residential zone of Title 17 zoning of the Fairfax Town Code to adopt junior second unit regulations.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment just to clarify that adopting the actual ordinance language that is set forth in the supplement to agenda item number 11.
I agree to that. Thank you.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so motion passes.
Madam Mayor, may I mention something?
Yeah.
So that, because the public's watching, and I'm sure there's interested parties out there, just a little FYI, the way this works is there'll be a second reading of this ordinance at the next meeting, and then technically an ordinance goes into effect 30 days after the second reading. So it'll be heard again, presumably in February at the regular meeting, and then it would go into effect in March if we make that schedule. And again, I encourage you to look at the report online. What will happen if and when this ordinance goes into effect is that when people want to work with a group like Lily Pad or whatever, or on their own and come in, this will be an over-the-counter permit. There will be no formal review by the Planning Commission or Design Review. This is an administrative procedure over the counter, which is fantastic.
Okay, thank you. And I hope everyone takes advantage of this opportunity. Thank you so much, Rachel. Okay, and I would like to take a 5-minute break, please. Okay. So we will be continuing the meeting with item 12 on the agenda. The subject is the introduction and first reading by title only of an ordinance adding a new Article 3, medical marijuana cultivation, to town code. And I won't read the whole thing unless that's required. I'll just go straight to staff report.
Great, sure. So as a brief background, you may recall in November of 2015, Council had discussed the impact of 3 state bills regarding medical marijuana on towns, AB 243, AB 266, and SB 643. Specifically, staff reported at the time with regards to AB 243, which addresses medical marijuana cultivation, that towns were required to adopt ordinances or have ordinances in effect by March 1st, or we'd lose local control. At that time, the council indicated you'd like to maintain local control, and the council agreed to a kind of a 2-prong approach. One is you would go through the regular ordinance process, which is what's before you this evening, and 2, that in February you may need to consider an urgency ordinance if the state does not amend that March 1st deadline. So as a quick update, the staff report did talk about there's AB 21 that's been introduced, or at least is being discussed as to eliminate the provision of setting that March 1st deadline. The latest is one of the Senate committees did approve that today. However, it's scheduled for next Wednesday to go to another Senate committee. I believe it's the Health Committee. And then after that, who knows? But the bottom line, what is that? Let's see. What is that? Is that the wind? Oh, it's teapot singing. I'm like, what's that? Oh, anyway, the bottom line is staff is recommending that you still continue your process of adopting an ordinance as well as consider an urgency ordinance, because you just don't know when the state would amend its bill and delete that deadline. And it would have to happen, obviously, prior to March 1st. So we're recommending that you continue the process that you're going through. So with that, you may recall in December that at that time the council also talked about medical marijuana cultivation, gave some guidelines to staff and the Planning Commission, and as a result, staff did prepare an ordinance based on that direction, and what we presented to the Planning Commission basically is an ordinance that's structured as a ban with exceptions. As the council may recall, we recommended that's the best way to make sure it's the most comprehensive approach and you make sure you're covering all aspects of regulation. So specifically, what it does is it bans commercial cultivation. It bans outdoor cultivation with exceptions allowed for qualified patients and caregivers. They can grow outdoors up to 18 plants. It does ban indoor cultivation with some exceptions. You can maybe, with the exception being you can, if you qualify, that you can have up to 3 plants. Indoor cultivation must be within dwelling units. It does not include garages or accessory structures. In terms of the standards, outdoor plants can only be located in rear or side yards. It does limit the area of cultivation to 100 feet for qualified patients and 500 square feet for primary caregivers. Plants cannot be visible from public right-of-way, can't be more than 7 feet high, and any lot that has marijuana plants being cultivated, it does need to have fencing that's 5 or 6 feet in height. No generators, limitation screening material, and cultivation only allowed in residentially zoned lots that actually have a dwelling unit. So in other words, no vacant lots. So with that, and there are some little standards for in terms of how things can be appealed. So with that, we did present this to the Planning Commission at their December 17th meeting. The Planning Commission understood, and what the council has always said, is that this is really a placeholder ordinance. Really, the intent is to get something on the books. If you get something on the books that governs regulations, then you maintain local control. And that's really what the intent of the ordinance is. I think the council also indicated that it understands that really that this thing can be further refined and modified over time as we have more time, plus we see unforeseen circumstances. With that thought in mind, what we did as staff is we did develop a clause that's really an affirmative statement. It's a whereas clause. It's an affirmative statement that recognizes the council's interest to continue studying the matter in terms of authorizing the Planning Commission and staff to keep on looking for refinements and modifications to the ordinance so you could have a very balanced approach to the issue of medical marijuana. But before we talk about anything like that, I think continuing on, the Planning Commission is recommending approval of the ordinance as proposed. They do have some recommended revisions that they'd like the council to consider, and they put that in a whereas clause, but they did not actually modify the ordinance itself because they understood you're trying to do things quickly, and the time frame was such that we really need to introduce an ordinance to the council this evening. So specifically, the Planning Commission is suggesting that perhaps in the future that the ordinance could be restructured as something that allows medical marijuana cultivation with limitations as opposed to a ban with exceptions. They did understand that, again, a ban's a more comprehensive approach, but they did think that something being allowed with limitations better reflects the Fairfax philosophy of supporting medical marijuana. The other thing the Planning Commission wanted the council to think about is to consider perhaps a higher plant limitation for indoor cultivation and a higher plant limitation for outdoor cultivation, especially as it pertains to primary caregivers. Under the state law, they can have up to 500 square feet, but the limit still is 18 plants, and so they wanted the council to kind of think about that a little bit more. The ordinance itself, what we did was we tied the plant limitation to the square footage limitation at the state level, just for consistency purposes. So if you're producing it for personal use, medical marijuana as a qualified patient, it's 18 plants within 100 square feet, and primary caregivers, it's 18 plants within 500 square feet. So one last thing is that some council members have expressed some interest in making some revisions to the ordinance. And what we've done as staff is we've actually prepared some language to that effect. What we're going to recommend is that individual council member, when they offer their comments or talk about things they may want to add, we could talk about it at that time. We could talk about what that language could be, and then the council could determine at that time if that's something they would like to add. And so that's kind of what we're doing, just to maybe simplify the process a little bit. But again, I just need to point out that, again, this is a placeholder ordinance. It doesn't mean that it can't be revised or refined or modified in the future, even if you wanted to consider commercial, limited commercial cultivation. So we do have, again, affirmative statement, and a whereas clause indicates that's something that the council is interested in continuing to look at and something the Planning Commission can look at. So with that, that concludes the staff report, and after maybe council discussion, you might want to open the public hearing.
I'll pass this along and not go first, but I need a point of clarification. Between the first reading and the second reading, can we make substantial changes?
Your
No.
changes would have to
It
happen
becomes a first
before
reading
you
again.
do the first reading. So your first reading would
I got
accept
it.
all your changes. You
Okay.
can't.
I misunderstood that.
And
Okay,
another consideration also to keep in mind is when you're doing two readings, they have to be the same. And when you have the first reading, it's been to Planning Commission, this is a zoning ordinance, it has to be something that the Planning Commission has considered and thought about. And that's a pretty broad definition, considered. It can be somewhere in the testimony, somewhere in a discussion, somewhere in the staff report or any of the accompanying documents. But you need to think about really large changes that haven't been before the Planning Commission are something we'd have to take back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, council questions, and let's keep council to just questions and then hear from the public and then come back and really discuss the issues if we could.
Garrett, I think my question is, we did discuss this new kind of whereas that I think it would be helpful for the audience to hear what that was, but one of the concepts that I wanted to get across that not only would we continue to work on or refine in the future cultivation for personal grows, that we might consider in the future, at least in my mind, something like limited commercial grows, which would be more for the mom and pop types versus the very large commercial grows, and that in the future we'll be looking at probably revising our dispensary ordinance as well as deliveries. So maybe you could read that whereas. I think that would just be helpful for people.
I can read it. We happen to have copies for the council too.
Okay, well I think for
And
the
public.
audience they
Sure.
should hear it.
Close to it. So would you?
Well, I don't know that I've seen
So
that.
does
Yeah, I think so too.
the council want me to read it now or wait?
I
or-
think because for the purposes of the audience, some of whom may have concerns about what we're doing, I think this signal, and I haven't seen this, I know we talked about it today, I think this signals kind of where we want to go in the future, and so that's why I think it's important for people to hear it.
Okay. So the whereas that we've drafted says, whereas in order to retain local control and preserve the public health, safety, and welfare, by passage of this ordinance, the town council expressing its intent to regulate the cultivation of medical marijuana in the town and to and to continue to refine and modify these regulations in the near future by authorizing town staff and the Planning Commission to continue to study possible revisions to this ordinance to achieve a balanced approach to the regulation of the cultivation of medical marijuana, including limited commercial cultivation.
Garrett? Well, this is nitpicking. Decide where you want to put the comma, after the word welfare, second line, after the word welfare or after the word ordinance. But the way you've worded it here, it's hard to tell what that passage, so to speak, is actually attaching to. Safety and welfare, or the town council is expressing.
Do you have a preference?
No. Oh. Okay. I would put the comma after welfare and then say by passage of this ordinance, the town council is expressing its intent.
Yeah, because it's the council that's passing the ordinance.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay, so could we open it up to any other questions of staff? No? Just questions.
Sure. Yeah, clarification question. One of them would be, I watched the Planning Commission thing, but I'm unsure on exactly the reasoning for, I know garages, you don't want to decrease parking, but accessory structures, is there a reason why they are eliminated?
I think from the staff perspective, we eliminated accessory structures From the perspective of, we thought that if there was indoor cultivation, if it was in the dwelling unit, then it'd be more observed, it could be safer, it'd be monitored, as opposed to an accessory structure. However, that being said, the Planning Commission did discuss this specific topic, and it seemed to me, if I remember correctly, that they had the same questions of garages and accessory structures, and actually, I believe at least one or two of the planning commissioners thought it'd be better in an accessory structure, but they agreed to not modify the ordinance at this time. But there wasn't necessarily consensus on that, but they did talk about that specifically.
Yeah, because personally, I think it's a good idea.
And also, so would that be considered a significant change? Because I have several of those changes as well.
Well, I got a whole page full.
Okay, I just need you to keep us.
As long as it was discussed by the Planning Commission, the significant change that I'm talking about is anything that would send it back to Planning Commission. And so tonight, you could make some changes that would not send it back to Planning Commission. But for second read, you can't have any changes.
I got that.
Okay. So, the next thing that I have is something that I think is a misinterpretation of the council discussion in the last one, which is the definition of a friend growing on another person's property, and you're saying, okay, well, that needs to be a caregiver. And I think that that discussion was actually talking about somebody else who did not have access to growing space that's outside could go and be a card-carrying patient and use growing space in somebody else's place who also had a card, so they were co-growing in that location. Not somebody who was just being a caregiver.
Well, the friend terminology was in quotes, but
but the way it was defined, I think, does not illustrate what we're talking about.
But I think our understanding was, and maybe we could talk about this more, is that in order for someone who doesn't have space to grow on someone else's property, that person whose property they're growing on theoretically would have to be the caregiver, because otherwise then it's somewhat of a commercial cultivation. Right, so that's what that was really implying. So we didn't want to have something where someone could just say, I don't have enough space, can I grow something in the community garden or someone else's property?
And I guess that it being a commercial thing, being a gray area, in the language of Senate Bill 688, commercial use is defined as including the storage, processing, drying, packaging, sale, all, like a laundry list of stuff, all of which is part of what's going on in these things. I mean, I think by Section D, I think, has a problem, and I think that a member of the audience is going to speak to this too, that brought this to my attention.
Well, we can discuss this some more, but see, these are the types of things that I think these ordinances really deserve more in-depth look than what we're able to do very quickly at this point in time, and those are issues that need to be fleshed out and talked about and discussed, and policy considerations about where you want to go with it.
Yeah, and I agree. It's a big, huge subject, and by banning except for personal grows only, maybe the thing to do is to reserve jurisdiction with, and much in the same way as this this sample whereas, that says we're going to keep on looking at it, but basically spell that out a little bit more carefully, just so that we don't end up banning a lot of the things that are already happening legally right now.
So, John, I'm just wondering if we want to wait on this part of the deliberations and let's hear from the public, and then.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Let me see
if you have
there's
any other
anything
questions.
that's just a clarifying thing. Because I was stepping over the line there, I know. I guess the other thing was with vacant lots. I understand the Planning Commission's thinking in terms of not, because there's a lot of vacant lots that are out basically open space. But there are also vacant lots that are adjacent to a dwelling that oftentimes, it's just not a combined lot. There's two adjacent lots. There's a dwelling unit on one of them, the other one's not occupied, but they haven't been combined for tax purposes or whatever. So, you know, it is in effect the yard of that residential unit, but there's, I mean, there are gardens around that are adjacent to the unit. I mean, it might be good to clarify that.
It just happens to be same owner happens to have a home and they have a vacant lot that they use as their yard. That's the example.
Yeah, if it's next door, I mean, obviously if it's, you know, way far away, then it would bring up those supervision problems, but.
That's
Okay, so let's go ahead and open the public hearing. So if you wish to speak, would you form a line, and how many, let's go ahead and just keep to the 3 minute. How many people are interested in speaking this evening? Okay, let's keep it to 3 minutes then.
Just one clarification I forgot.
Yes.
Since the planning, well, I don't know if he's representing the planning commission, but one point of clarification, the planning commission resolution, it incorrectly stated it was 5-0. It was actually 4-4 and 1 abstention by Commissioner Ackerman.
Oh,
on the planning commission.
Right, thanks.
So actually the reason that I did abstain was just because, and I sympathize with what you folks are going through. This is a really miserable situation for our town to be in, and the state hopefully will fix it, but of course we don't know whether they will or not, so we're still in the miserable situation of having to quickly do an ordinance on something that's a complicated issue, and what's worse, it's not only complicated in itself, but it's changing rapidly. So all these state laws that are coming about and other state laws that are coming about in other states are changing this landscape. So just in general, all I can say is I hope that where we're going nationally, it's state by state, is somewhere in the direction of something like legalization, normalization, that I hope will have the effect of decreasing the ridiculous, exorbitant, astronomical price of this particular weed to which is what causes the problems. And so problems we've had in Fairfax, which include person, as I understand, being killed in a fire because of indoor grow. There have been gunshots fired defending another indoor grow. A lot of problems that have occurred in this town because of our close proximity, but I've also lived in other places where there's been a lot of growing, and it is not good for community in a lot of situations. The reason for that is not the substance itself, it's the economics of it. It's the ridiculous price that it commands, and therefore the things that people will go through to defend it, to steal it, and of course also the fact that it's illegal. But we're hoping that as the legality changes, the price will normalize some. So what I heard in earlier council discussions seemed like you were thinking, since this is a placeholder ordinance, to try to go easy and to start out modest in some way and then see how this develops. And I think that's a really good principle to follow, and we'll hope that it develops in a positive direction. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, Lynette.
Hello, I'm Lynette Shaw, 132 Scenic Road here in Fairfax, and I wish to read a brief statement here. From what I understand as a paralegal, I've been studying this whole thing. The ordinance considered by the Town Council bans all commercial medical marijuana cultivation in Fairfax, forbids commercial licensing of any current or future collective gardens, forbids any manufacturing of medical cannabis products, forbids donations or any sharing of medical marijuana between qualified patients, and forbids any commerce in medical cannabis. The new ordinance ban will stop the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana from returning to Fairfax and will forcibly remove dozens of discrete private medical marijuana gardens already in place, despite no problems or complaints over the years. This drastic enforcement of marijuana prohibition will impact the health of over 900 medical marijuana patients who live in Fairfax. Instead, we hope the town will adopt the current California state law, the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, in its entirety. This would include licensing of discrete collective gardens, discrete individual gardens, and manufactured medical cannabis products here in Fairfax. We'd like to establish the designation and encourage the development of a Fairfax cannabis marijuana appellation like wine for organic or naturally grown Fairfax marijuana or any medical cannabis products made in Fairfax, increasing the value of our cottage industry. If this approach is adopted, it would bring hundreds of thousands of tax dollars yearly in sales tax income to our town. Part of the tax money received could be designated for education of the youth of Fairfax. Part of the tax money received could improve any youth-oriented facilities and fund youth programs. Part of the tax money received could be earmarked for civic improvement. Part of the tax money received could be earmarked for improved police, fire, emergency, and town services, including higher salaries and improved benefits for all Fairfax public servants. So I certainly hope that you consider this alternative rather than a complete ban here in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. My name is Ryan Skelski. I'm the Executive Director of Marin Patient Access, and I live at 2374 Sir Francis Drake. I want to thank the Council for your dedication and commitment to developing cannabis policy. I empathize with your position and understand that it's impossible to please everyone. You deserve to be acknowledged for your efforts to allow personal cultivation in a time where many towns are choosing to ban it altogether. I'm sure this deadline is frustrating, and I understand that this ordinance is a way of guaranteeing that Fairfax retains local control. Assuming you do keep control, what I really hope is that you use this power to find means of regulation that are most effective for the town of Fairfax and its citizens. I hope that this is the beginning of regulation and not the end, because if there's one thing we know for sure, it's that prohibition doesn't work. I look forward to seeing your creative approaches to solving the challenges presented by medical cannabis regulation. Thank you for your time and public service.
Thank you, Ryan, very much. Hi, Laura.
Laura Caroline, 23-year resident of Fairfax. Tonight I'm speaking as a member of the public, and I came tonight because there's a few points that I think are important to elaborate from the staff report. I hope we can do more to incorporate Fairfax's progressive views into this ordinance. Our town has always been on the forefront for support of marijuana and permitted the first licensed dispensary. I hope the town will continue to move forward on this issue. It is important to include indoor cultivation as it has advantages over outdoor growing. It could be more secure and private for the patient growing. Technology is improving all the time to address the council's energy concerns that you mentioned earlier when you discussed this. And accessory structures like greenhouses and basements should be considered as these are spaces that can be utilized for this use and not take away other spaces that can be used for living space. I would urge the council, also it should be noted that indoor plants are smaller, therefore more plants are needed to obtain the same amount of processed marijuana. So I would urge the council to be as generous as possible for a number of plants allowed. And I hope the urgency legislation that has been presented will delete the March 1st deadline so that more time can be spent to work out details of this ordinance so it could be the best we can give for the residents of Fairfax.
Hey, Laura, were you speaking as our newly reappointed planning commissioner?
No,
or
as a Fairfax resident.
Thank you. Hi, Larry.
Hi. Hi, Renee.
I'm Larry Bragman. I'm speaking as a resident. One of the things that I was confused about was this whole issue of commercial cannabis activity, which is banned under the ordinance. And that has raised a lot of concerns in the medical marijuana community. And I think we could avoid the controversy by putting a specific reservation of rights into the ordinance, that we reserve the right, the town reserves the right to regulate this field, and we intend to occupy this field. But I think banning it is overkill. And one of the reasons I think it's overkill, it's not just that the history of the town is such that we've never been a prohibitionist town. The first time I appeared in this building was representing Lynette and the Marin Alliance, probably around 15, 18 years ago. And the town has always cooperated because it's been an issue that really reaches over most partisan divides and unites some people. It obviously raises concerns with others. We heard the presentation today at the beginning of the meeting. But as far as a ban of commercial activity, I oppose commercialization of marijuana. I think it should be discreet. I think it should be low-key. I don't think we want big tobacco coming into Fairfax and taking advantage of our reputation, anything like that. Commercialization is bad for this product. It's bad for any other psychoactive pharmaceutical type product. But if you look at the definition of what commercial cannabis activity is in the Senate Bill 689, you're going to be banning, according to the Senate bill, cultivation, possession, manufacture, processing, storing, laboratory testing, labeling, transporting, distribution, or sale of medical cannabis or of a medical cannabis product, except as set forth in Section 19319, related to qualifying patients and primary caregivers. So by occupying the field with a ban, with a prohibition, you're taking too much out, and you're going to be inadvertently prohibiting activity that I don't think you really want to prohibit. For example, under this definition, you'd be prohibiting the establishment of a dispensary or a delivery service. And I don't think you want to do that. So my advice or my request really of you would be, instead of occupying the field of commercial cultivation by banning it, reserve your rights, but don't prohibit it with the ordinance. Because I think if you make a specific statement in your ordinance that we intend to occupy this field, even though we're not enacting regulations at this time, you're going to preserve jurisdiction. But I think by inserting just a wholesale ban on it, you're incorporating a much wider definition of commercial activity than I think you intend to do, and that you need to do. And I think to protect everybody's rights, to safeguard both sides, the town's jurisdiction and the rights of patients and the people that are serving the patients, my request would be that you occupy the field of commercial cultivation by reserving it and not just enacting an outright ban. So thank you very much.
No. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Okay. And I guess I'm asking our attorney as well. We're stuck by the state in a tight time frame. If we adjusted in the way that you're speaking, and maybe I'm incorrect here, would we be able to do that, or would it have to go back to the Planning Commission and thereby set us up?
The Planning Commission, in its resolution, spoke about prohibition, that they were not actually in favor of an outright prohibitionist approach. So I would say it was definitely, from my reading, it was something that was contemplated, something that was discussed. But, you know, you're really just reserving your rights. You're safeguarding everybody whose interests are at stake. And I think you protect both sides, and you protect legal activity, what we would consider legal activity.
Okay, that was my first question. Do you have an answer?
Well, and I have, I have great respect for your position and your arguments, and you and I have had great conversations in the past over different legal issues, but on this one, we have to differ, because a reservation of rights in an ordinance is too vague. When you have an ordinance, somebody has to know what's allowed and what's not allowed, and it can't be, I've also heard the phrase, we reserve the right to regulate in the future, or we'll allow it with restrictions to come. We can't be that vague. We have to be much more definite about what's allowed and what's not. And I understand the position. That's why we keep saying, this is sweeping and it's broad, but it is intended to show that we are regulating in a definitive way completely through this field, so that we have something that is comprehensive and on the books before this state-imposed deadline. We can immediately, and I think we should, and I think it's everybody's intent, that we then review and really take the time to look at what we want to allow, what this town wants to allow and what it doesn't, and modify and make the corrections, take the time to do an ordinance. Many people have pointed to the Sebastopol type of ordinance. That took a great deal of time to go through and put together. And there are a lot of competing opinions and a lot of competing concerns here. And I think that this is a complicated topic that deserves that time. Unfortunately, we haven't been given that time. And so we need to do something very clear, very definitive, and make sure that the state understands we've completely regulated in this field, so that there's no question about the retention of local control. And that's my only concern.
I would certainly add some kind of saving language that talks about our existing dispensary ordinances, so that you're not prohibiting activity that you now license. So, I mean, I've got a different view on how you can preserve.
Can I ask a question, Larry? So, and maybe it's for Janet as well. So there's two pieces. I specifically asked about inserting a reservation, and the concept of having to be clear was brought up. But I was just thinking, and you were kind of going along the lines of what I was thinking. Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted this whereas that really states our intent to look at commercial in the future. And it's only a whereas, it's not in the ordinance itself. But I think where you were going with the savings clause, one of the concerns I have, Janet, is Larry's pointing out that the definition of commercial cultivation goes a lot further. And so can we insert something in this that really makes it clear that we're intending not to be in conflict with our dispensary ordinance that we already have on the books? Because I think I had not looked at that definition, and that's it's a really important point you just brought up. So Janet, I think we want to be careful that by enacting this, we're not sort of sweeping out our dispensary ordinance.
Right, no, and we looked at and considered the dispensary ordinance in doing this.
But I think Larry's pointing out the definition he read from SB 689, and we were only looking at the ordinance that dealt with cultivation, that SB 689 brings in a whole panoply, which includes not allowing dispensaries. So that's a very important point. And so my point is, since the Planning Commission inserted this whereas that they would prefer to allow rather than prohibit, I think they've discussed the concept. So I don't think we have to go back to the Planning Commission, but I think we have to work out a clause that makes sure that there is no intention to be in conflict with our dispensary ordinance, and by enacting this ordinance, we are reiterating our commitment to that ordinance.
What if we had in the whereas?
Okay.
Whereas in order to retain local control and to ensure the application, the continued viability, fill in the blank, of our current ordinances, you could cite them by number, and to preserve the public health, safety, and welfare by passages expressing its intent. Then you've called out what we already have and identified that we are seeking to preserve that and protect it. Is that?
I mean, I think it's better. It's at least making an attempt to carve it out. You could refer to those ordinances.
This is by number and title,
right,
or whatever. One other question I have, if you would. This is sort of a shotgun wedding, and this is bad public policy to jam it down the throats of people, so quickly, and municipalities. But I'm hoping the community of affected folks here recognize that, we're going to take this up and take it up and take it up until it's refined to become Fairfax. But this is just oh my heavens, we have a hard deadline here that we have to meet. So
right, and I get that, and I think it is a changing legal landscape, and we're not going to know until after November really what the future holds.
Larry, quick question: what is that, a statute or a bill?
This is a bill. This is a bill that this was one of 3 bills that was passed. This is 689. SB 689, and this is section.
Section D?
Hold on.
No,
it's section K, but it's under Article 2. I don't have the published statute with me. I have the Senate bill that was passed. So I can't give you really a citation. I can give you a copy of it.
Yeah,
right
I'd like
now.
to see a copy of that.
Okay. I'll give you my copy.
One suggestion I would have is just we could put in language in our ordinance that says that this in no way affects the ability to affects our ordinance allowing medical marijuana dispensaries.
We could do that, or I think your objection is to the definition, the BMP code. It's in D. Isn't that right, Larry? 17-138-330. In D, you said?
Yeah, I'd put something in there where you carve out the activity that's protected under our existing ordinances, which includes delivery and dispensary services.
What about?
At a minimum. Personally, I would just occupy the field by reserving it, but you're going to have to listen to your attorney.
How about this? If you take that sentence in D, and you take out commercial cannabis activity as defined by BMP Code 19300.5K is prohibited within the town of Fairfax, as is. And you take that first half of that out, and then you start it by saying any marijuana cultivation that would require a license or permit from the state of California per the MRSA is prohibited within the town of Fairfax.
That works.
Does that work?
I think you're knocking out your dispensaries.
No, cultivation. Any marijuana cultivation. If you remove that first part of the definition of commercial cannabis activity, take that away, and you just, in that clause in D, you just say any marijuana cultivation that would require a license or permit from the state is prohibited within the town of Fairfax.
That sounds better than what it is. I personally would be more comfortable if you put a specific savings clause in that paragraph that specifically calls out your local ordinance and says, without respect to the activities regulated under those ordinances.
I agree with Larry. I think Peter's suggestion is good. I think also, Janet, combining it with your suggested change helps us. But I think it's really important to call out our existing ordinance, and I think Peter's suggestion is the way to go. And I want to also thank you, Larry, for pointing that out, because that's very helpful.
Can I, Peter,
Yeah. Yes.
That language that after that, should we add in, nothing in this ordinance is intended to contradict existing? Abrogate, okay. Existing existing sections of the town code.
And I think let's be specific and call out our dispensary ordinance, including not, but not limited to, so we make sure we're calling it out so it's not in question.
Chapter 5.52.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry. Any other public comment, please come forward.
Hi, Mallory Geidheim, Willow Avenue. I just want to agree and back up what Larry was talking about, and Barbara, and also just a bit of perspective, although it has very little to do with the legal part. Alcohol and tobacco are the biggest killers, not even counting the part of alcohol that has to do with cars killing people. Marijuana doesn't kill anybody, and I just wanted to put a perspective on that.
Thank you. And just one thing, Janet, so when we say including but not limited to, I think I would say chapter 5.52, medical marijuana dispensaries. But let's make sure we say including but not limited to, so that in case there's anything else, and there is one little section in 9.
Okay, any other public, members of the public wishing to speak? Or I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to Council.
I'd like, may I speak, Mayor? Or
You may speak.
I can wait. I want to say, first of all, there's two pieces to this. We're looking at trying to do two pathways, and that is an urgency ordinance to make sure that there is no problem with the March 1 date, but also because you have to make findings to really substantiate an urgency ordinance, and we don't want anybody to be able to say that we didn't make those correct findings. We also want to do the regular ordinance. It would be the same thing, the same ordinance, but we want to do both. And I think for anybody who thinks that a cleanup legislation is going to happen by March 1, having written legislation in the Capitol and negotiated legislation, number one, urgency legislation takes a 2/3 vote to get out of the floor. 2/3. From the Senate, if it gets out of the Health Committee without amendments, and it could go to significant amendments and have to go back, but assuming it does and it goes to the full floor, it's a 2/3 vote. Then it goes over to the Assembly, and it will be to the Rules Committee, who will probably double refer at a minimum, and then again a 2/3 vote. And then all of that, remember, here we are, it's January 13th, all of that then eventually has to go to the governor. And I will say, having followed what's happening in Southern California with the gas leak of Porter Ranch, which is probably the next highest environmental disaster to BP oil spill, and some say bigger, I don't think this is really going to be the highest priority for the governor to sign, to clean up our little piece of legislation. But the timing is just really tough. So we want to be sure, and I think with some of the discussion we've had, I think we can fine-tune this, and we're not done. But I would say one of the things that concerns me is I think the 18 plants, mature plants, that's fine for outside. I think the indoor, I think we ought to go a bit higher. I know we're very concerned about, there's fires. People have died in indoor grows. There's a mess. There can be a huge mess. And I think Bruce even mentioned some things have happened in Fairfax. But I think 3, we went from 18 outside to 3. I would at least propose 6 to 9 inside. And I think Laura pointed out that inside plants are smaller, so you're not going to get as much. But I also know that if you're a good gardener, you can probably get a lot out of just a few plants. So I would propose that. I also think John brought up some discussion, others in the public brought up discussion of accessory structures. I think I understand why that wasn't included, but I think if we can allow that, at least to a limited extent, because one of the things we don't want to do is not have take up places in a house where people can live. And so most people, if they have a garage, would probably prefer to grow it in a garage or a greenhouse rather than having it in the middle of your kitchen or your bedroom. I don't think we want to say no to that, but I think we want to be cautious. But the way the indoor is written, the way I recall it in the ordinance, it still has, it's not a right just to immediately do indoor. You have to go to the town manager. You have to show that you have some safety precautions in place. So I think we could do that with that extra level of care. And so those would be my things that I would suggest. I had a few other suggestions that are kind of tweaking that I can point out later, but otherwise I feel that with the changes we just discussed, I'm fairly comfortable with moving forward, including the new whereas and definitely what we just discussed, those changes.
Okay.
Couple
Peter.
of comments. I agree with Bruce Ackerman that we are in a ridiculous situation. Probably by this time next year, recreational marijuana will be legal in California, or there's a very good chance of it. So we're in this kind of a limbo period. I look at this as, it's a zoning issue, really. What's appropriate for residential uses? And unfortunately, with this legal limbo of quasi-criminality and marijuana still being a very, very expensive commodity, intensive cultivation creates a risk of crime in a residential area. So it's a matter of striking the right balance for what is a reasonable amount to cultivate for medical marijuana patients versus, overburdening a residential property and creating this, impact on the neighbors. In that regard, I wanted to suggest a couple of changes to the ordinance as drafted. And Janet, I wanted to draw your attention to section 17138.350 where it says exceptions. And it says any qualified patient or primary caregiver may seek a medical marijuana administrative exception to any provision of this article except for sections 17138.340 F or G. And I think that language maybe should be changed to any exception may seek an administrative exception to section 17138.340 and not the entire article, because otherwise someone could apply for an administrative application that would exempt them from any of the provisions of the entire article. So I think we want to limit that language to the exception can be sought for section 17138.340 except for F and G, which makes sense. So anyways, take a look at that. I think that is kind of a drafting error that we want to be a little more precise so we don't inadvertently create kind of a loophole that consumes the entire ordinance. The second change I would propose is in section 17138.340, subpart C, subpart 3.
What section are you on? I'm totally mixed up.
Okay, so on page 4 of the ordinance, 17.138.340. You know, I don't think it's necessary to erect a 6-foot opaque fence to cultivate in your backyard. I think those issues are addressed by not allowing it to be in view of a right-of-way, because I recently looked at getting a new fence for my yard, and it's, you know, can be several $1,000s, and you know, I think as long as the marijuana is being cultivated in a side yard or a backyard away from the street view, because a lot of properties in Fairfax don't have big fences, and I don't think we want to encourage, as an unintended consequence, you know, people building 6-foot fences that, you know, a lot of our neighbors just have low fences. So I think that's onerous for someone who wants to cultivate marijuana in their backyard, and I think the concern about, you know, visibility to the public is addressed by limiting cultivation in the backyard. And then
You mean the front yard?
Well, limiting cultivation to the backyard or side yard, prohibiting it from front yard,
Right.
prohibiting it.
Or just prohibiting the view from being able to be seen from the public right away.
Yeah.
May I just, before we lose this point? I think the intent there, it says not visible from a public right-of-way. In a lot of ordinances, it says not visible from a public right-of-way or adjacent parcel. And so it's not just the view from the front that we were thinking about. We were also thinking about your neighbor over the back fence who doesn't want to see the fact that you're cultivating.
Yeah, I would just say on the balance of things, I don't think it's, I would say that that's, you know, not really necessary. It's not like you're, you know, showing pornography.
But Peter, you've also got, I'm sorry, you've also got the security situation if you have no fence around it.
Right, but some people, that, you know, that's a risk. If someone wants to cultivate, you know, a few plants in their backyard, and they trust their neighbors.
Well, it's not just neighbors, it's kids passing by, and it's, you know, you have no fence around it, even though it's not visible from the, I mean, I think that just secures it from, even if it's experimenting kids.
Well, okay, I disagree on that point.
Peter, I just want to say, I had the initial question myself because I felt that it was expensive, but then I spoke to Craig Litwin yesterday, who's somebody who's come to our town, and he felt, just in discussions with me, he was saying, well, one of the things you are balancing kids walking by and that. So, and people, you know, I realize it is an expensive proposition, but it also seems to me that there's kind of a balance here. And we want to allow people to do what they need to do, but we also don't want to have impacts to neighbors. So I think Janet's other point was, at least what I heard you say, Janet, is maybe you could say something or visible to the adjacent parcel, which may not require a fence, but we're again saying no netting because we don't want a bunch of tacky stuff up there either. So I'm not sure how you do it. Garrett, do you have a suggestion?
Yeah. Well, specifically, we did not include adjacent properties because we know there are properties in which a bunch of neighbors can see right into a backyard just because that property is kind of in a depressed area and all the homes are around. So we didn't include the adjacent properties. Initial drafts, we had it, and then we thought about the Fairfax situation, and we specifically took it out. In terms of the fencing, the original intent was really to address the issue if a property did not have a fence around it. And we thought the screening and security, to a certain level, just to prevent someone from walking by, going, oh, hey, and then going in, and there's just no barrier. Now, the height, we just picked 5 or 6 because most fences are that, but you know, you can modify the height. But we thought it was important, and I think the Planning Commission agreed to have some hopefully a property already has an existing fence, then they're good, but if they didn't, then some other level of fencing.
Okay, well, I just think that could be proved quite expensive.
Yeah, but I think with the security issue being what it is, I mean, this is a valuable thing. I mean, you want to keep it away from kids. You want to keep kids from knowing it's there and make it difficult. That's going to drive a lot of this anyway. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, yes, it should be reflected in the ordinance, but I think, you know, that's a law of nature, if you will. It's a practicality that, you know, if you have this growing in your front yard, somebody's going to jump the fence and it's not going to be there, you know, and it's valuable, and that's going to drive people being careful with it. I mean, that's what drives the fact that there's all these gardens in Fairfax now, then nobody really knows that they're there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The other thing is the number of plants for personal consumption. You know, there's a state statutes that say, you know, 6 plants is a reasonable amount for people to cultivate. I think that's a reasonable amount for personal consumption. I would recommend 6 mature plants per any qualified patient, with a maximum of 18 per parcel, in case there's, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 adults on the same property. And I also, you know, I really would like to discourage indoor grows. People can grow, you know, rather prodigious plants indoors too, depending on their skill. I mean, there are indoor pot grows that are very, very high yield per plant, and you know, I think that's a consequence we want to discourage as much as possible, is the indoor growing for all the environmental reasons.
I think it's, but Peter, I want to argue with you, because the way this is written is, first of all, I would say 18 plants outside, 9 inside. I think we can split the hairs on this for the next 3 hours, but I don't think we should. I think we need to, you know, the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. But I also think that the way the ordinance is written, you don't have the right to do an indoor just because. You have to go to the town manager, you have to show that you've got precautions in place. We've discussed, you know, variety of things, that there are people who are going to want to grow indoor because they have to. They don't have a yard, or there's no way they can get outside. So, but there is a level of safety in the ordinance already. So, you know, somebody's going to have to take some extra steps to allow that. So I would say, you know, I personally don't agree with lowering the number to the 6 to the 9. I mean, I think we've got it written where we said 18, and you can't have more than 100 square feet. And then if you are a caregiver, you could have 500 square feet. I think it's, I mean, I disagree with you. I just feel very strongly that we're trying to balance the need of all the different residents in Fairfax. And there's folks who would like us to allow 99 plants. You know, there's folks that would like none. There's lots of different ways to do this, but I think I interrupted David.
Well, actually, let me just respond to that. I think 18 plants, that's a lot of, you know, for personal consumption. I would, you know, if you're just going to have a per parcel number, I would shoot for about half of that, because, you know, you can get as much as, you know, a pound per plant if you're really growing it carefully. 500 square feet is a huge area. I mean, that's like the area in front of us.
That's for somebody who's a caregiver, and I will also argue that some of the folks who are going to be growing, these are personal grows, these are not professional, is that those folks, they might not be great. I'm a horrible gardener. I mean, they may not, and they may be sick, so they're going to be throwing some seeds out there, and it's not going to be a great deal. And they're not going to be tending or doing all these things. So that's why I feel, I'm going to stop talking because I'm talking too much, but I just kind of feel like, we can split hairs on this all night.
Well,
some of the numbers are not hair splitting, though. Those are important.
Yeah,
those
no,
are
that's the difference
big discrepancy between 500 square feet and
Okay,
that's the difference between a
Can I get a word in
commercial
here?
operation
Okay.
versus
It's a question about
personal consumption.
I get it. Council operation. Council operation, making good decisions at 10 after 11, where many of us have been up since early working, doesn't work. You make bad decisions. I'm sitting here deciding if it's X versus Y number of plants. I thought Larry raised the very important, essential issue that we should address. We seem to have addressed it with council. And I would say that look at this ordinance as an iterative process that we will probably be dealing with a lot over many successive months. Let's just adopt the darn thing. Come back when we want to, in a month or two, find out what the state's going to do here. But even if they don't, make the corrections. I'm hearing some nice stuff from John. I'm hearing some good stuff from you. But for heaven's sake, we got another thing on the agenda that's important. Linda's sitting here waiting for it, 2 things. And then let's just adopt the thing and come back later on. Sitting here till 11:30 deciding these little noodly points. Can't do it.
Okay.
The volume that we're allowing as a matter of right is a very, it's the most
say, come back
thing.
in a month or two and let's talk about it. The world won't change in a month or two, except that we will very clearly know where the state's going to be.
Well, then let's err on the side of,
let's err on what's
less
printed on the piece of paper.
David, it's an ordinance, though, and if we're not comfortable, we need to get to a place where we are.
Yeah, I would strongly recommend we reduce the number of plants, because what we're trying to balance here is we're trying to, create a situation where, people aren't, overburdening their properties.
And absolutely essential. But what I'm saying to you is, as you have better stamina than me, I'm telling you that you're asking me to make decisions at 11:15, 11:30 at night on important issues, and I'm telling you, I don't want to do that. I want to do it at a 9 o'clock or an 8 o'clock hour, or a special meeting when important issues can be discussed. You're asking me to just, in a sense, say, oh, gee whiz, I'll just, whatever number you want, just get me out of here. And that's not what we should be doing as a council.
Well, you're kind of doing the same thing by just saying, well, that's the number on the piece of paper. I would suggest a lower number.
So, Peter, make a suggestion, because you seem to have your finger on the pulse of what number you're thinking of, and I would like to lower the number as well.
I thought you said 9, right?
I still think, 6 per patient, maximum of, I could go with a maximum of 18 per parcel.
That's where I am to start as well. Versus starting like that and then.
And since it's a placeholder, maybe that's a good place to be.
I think everyone understands this is a placeholder. I think everyone understands that it's going to change, but I feel as though we have a runaway train when we go for that kind of number that is it doesn't feel like we have any control whatsoever. That's a lot of plants, depending on the gardener, obviously.
Yeah, it might
the
be
grower.
also very little,
And it
depending
may be
on
very
the
little.
skill of the individual involved. And maybe down the road when we tune this up, it's how big they are,
Well, we have a height.
Okay, so we'll know that as we move forward. I have to, do you have something specific that you want added or taken out? Because I do.
Yeah, I would say, 6 mature plants for any single qualified patient, with an upper limit of 18 per parcel. In other words, if there's more adults living in a house with cards, we could increase that up to the level of 18 plants.
And one of the...
Go ahead, John.
Okay, one of the things I have a problem with is that the caregiver thing, they get 500 square feet, but they have the same number of plants, even though they're caring for 5 people.
And that's assuming it's 5 people they're caring for.
Well,
So it's 100 per? That was not clarified, actually.
yeah, 100 yeah, it was not clarified.
Just says as a caregiver.
But we could clarify that, they have, X numbers of plants per person they're caring for.
Well, that's what I was
For
thinking.
instance. And make that match.
I mean, there's so many details to this that it does seem absurd, to be honest with you, to get to this level.
I don't
with
think
what
there's
we
that
have.
many details. I think what the staff did and the Planning Commission did was do two parts. Pick numbers for indoor and outdoor, and then also have the language from the statute that talks about the square footage as the kind of ultimate maximum for that property. I think that actually matches nicely.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think you had some things you wanted to say, Renee.
Listening to the Planning Commission, there was no consensus on, or even it didn't enter the resolution, I don't believe, about distances from schools, parks, youth clubs.
They chose not to address that.
They chose not to, is what I meant to say. But I think it's vital that we have something in there that speaks to that. I understand that if you look at Healdsburg, it's a very different situation, and it's a bigger place. So 300 feet may not be appropriate. It would limit too many properties. But I think that I believe strongly that we need to have some language in there that limits that. And so 300 feet seems too much in terms of our space. And if you look at the number of things, I don't think we need to talk about hospitals. We don't have any. I don't think we need to talk about churches, quite honestly, because those are all in the Healdsburg ordinance. But I would say schools, parks, and youth clubs, if you will. And that we should have them that growing should be 200 feet from any of those places. I'm throwing that out, but it's late for discussion. I mean, if we said churches and everything else, then we really would have no more space.
I would personally, I understand where you're coming from. I think the concern is in Fairfax is we're 2.2 square miles, and when you look at the maps, you're going to be precluding all those people who live near Manor School if they're on the incorporated part of Fairfax. You're going to be excluding people on Glen Drive. And so I guess
200 feet. I'm not talking about
people on Glen Drive are 200 feet from White Hill School. I walk up that street all the time.
Okay, so I know what happens with middle school kids and where they go and what they do, and I don't think that it's appropriate to have people growing.
Well, I think they go all over the place. How about adjacent to?
That to me isn't strong enough.
You're dealing with it also by not being visible, not being that. I mean, one of the things that the Mendocino ordinance deals with much more carefully than ours is the smell of it, not using water out of streams or having stuff washing into the watershed, stuff like that, which are important to deal with, and I'm not proposing dealing with them tonight, but down the road we should be. There's a lot of stuff like that, which we can deal with down the road, too. I mean, I see why they left it out. And I also see why you want to address it.
I mean, I imagine there's people that are saying, oh, wait, there's already one next door to White Hill, and people know where these gardens are. But I do think that if we look forward into the future and what a huge percentage of this community would be thinking as we sit here and discuss it, and they have no idea, it's not even on their radar, we would be making decisions in their name that they would not.
I understand that, but I guess I just want to point out that I know somebody that lived within 200 feet of White Hill School who died of cancer and a couple of years ago. And that person who might have been able to, under this ordinance, if we don't have that restriction, we're talking about fences, we're talking about side yards, we're talking about rear yards, is that I mean, I truly understand what you're talking about, Renee, but I also understand for those people who really need it, and I remember this woman who lived up Glen Drive, she wouldn't have been able to have it. And who else? I don't know everybody on Glen Drive. And so I guess I'm saying we're going to the point of trying to say, let's not make it visible, let's have the fences. The kids are going to be kids. I mean, the other thing is kids walk all over the place. So
scooping out new wooden fences.
There you go. But I don't know. So I totally understand what you're saying, but I just feel that we're really limiting this. And again, I guess I don't think we're going to take this up in a month because frankly, the state has till 2018 to get all their regulations out. So I think we want to see where it goes. But I think we ought to be saying, let's see how this goes. And if we really hear about problems, we take it up, in 2 months. Just because if we've created a problem where kids are saying, hey, somebody's got to grow right there near Manor School, I'm going to stop, then I think we take it up and we say, wait a minute, we made a mistake. So
I think that's entirely right. I mean, there's people adjacent to this park right here with cards.
Oh, yeah, there's people everywhere.
And
I do
you know
understand
what?
that,
The
but
kids
we're
can't tell that it's there.
But we are tasked with creating policy, and it changes the whole thing. It would be great if we didn't have to do any kind of policy whatsoever. Things are going well. I don't want to disturb anyone's access. I believe strongly in medicinal marijuana. But really, the idea of having a kid know that, hey, we can just grow it, and it's growing right here, and it's growing.
We're addressing that with other things. We're addressing that in myriad ways, and to just have it be a certain distance that applies to a whole bunch of areas, it's kind of a shotgun approach.
What about parcels adjacent to a school? I think that's.
Well, I mean, I think that's the very least that we could do. Because I think that as soon as people start to really learn about this, I would rather quench the outcry that's about to happen when more and more people know about
this. It's in nobody's
this.
interest.
If I told someone that there was going to be, it was legal to grow next door to their child's preschool, and that they would smell it during that month. I'm just saying, this is what I hear. I may have an ear to a different part of the community than others. I have to bring it. This is part of Fairfax as well.
So what about as a compromise, which I just heard is just saying adjacent to schools. I'm not sure what a youth club is other than our youth club.
I was trying to
that's
come
the only
up with
youth club
something
we
that
have.
addresses where young people
But I
hang
think,
out.
having done a lot of state law, where we were trying to worry about the exposure, it was schools, hospitals, nursing homes. Now people in nursing homes probably need it. So, and I don't think we have any in Fairfax.
No, I don't think we should.
So I think if we stay with schools, and which would include preschools, I think there is a preschool in Fairfax, then, okay, well, I don't have little kids. So if we say schools, adjacent to schools, that's a compromise to try to get us to a point where it's closer to where you would like to go. Does that help?
Yeah, I just think, as we know, it's much more difficult to amp up restrictions than it is to relax restrictions, which is where the beginning of this conversation started around ban. Not that anyone wants to be prohibitionist. Janet, did you have a suggestion?
Well, I have a question. Because are you talking preschools? Are you talking commercial preschools? Are you talking daycares, home daycares?
To be quite honest, I think we're probably, in terms of the legalities and the complexities, we'll have to stick with public schools.
Okay, public schools, well, we could do public or private, but public schools, so we're not talking about daycares. We're not talking about private preschools. Okay, so just...
there are many
schools,
private preschools.
Schools or parks and parks?
Well, I would like to have parks in there, but it doesn't sound like
okay,
I
so
have
schools.
much of
So what you're saying is outdoor cultivation is is prohibited on any parcels adjacent to a public school. Is that what you're saying? you're proposing?
That seems to be what people are willing to tolerate.
It's just a compromise to try to address some of what you're hearing. So adjacent to public schools, so it doesn't deal with the people that are homeschooling their kids or the little individual daycare centers that people have in their house.
What private schools
We don't have
would
public
we have?
comment
St.
now.
Rita's, which is
You know
probably going
what?
to be
I'm
another
sorry, Garrett.
cascade.
I need to
Yeah.
go back because we have not just public schools, and I'm not talking about daycares or preschools. We have several others. I can call them out.
So
but
schools.
I don't know if we want to.
Just schools.
Schools.
Okay.
Yeah,
Elementary and middle schools. We have no high schools.
Public or private elementary and middle schools?
Both, yeah, both public and private, yeah. Well, you'd probably also want to include high schools, too. No, yeah, I was, of course not Drake's, yeah.
One other thing in the Sebastopol ordinance, it actually talks about not using bedrooms and instead using accessory structures or garages. So we're doing the opposite, but I'm not quite sure why it is that we would want to permit bedrooms and not permit accessory structures and garages. I would like to
I'm there with
revisit
you
that.
on that. I mean, you're displacing
You're
living
displacing
space.
people for cars.
So why don't we allow accessory structures? But we don't want it to be just a shed, right, that somebody puts.
Well, there's a secure, there's,
So what
What are we going to do?
Yeah, it
So
needs to be
what you
secure.
can
Why
do
don't you
is-
tell us what you're going to do?
So what we can do is if you're saying do you want to allow it in garages?
Yeah.
Okay. There's just one sentence. So we get rid of the sentence that says attached and detached garages designed and intended primarily for use of vehicle parking, as well as accessory structures are not considered dwelling units and may not be used for cultivation of marijuana. We get rid of that one sentence.
Where is that sentence?
It's in 17.138.330B, indoor cultivation. So if you get rid of that, you can do it in accessory structures.
That sounds good.
anything else from council?
No.
Well, cooperatives are covered, are part of the getting the post 11 o'clock thing. Cooperatives are part of the legislation dealing with dispensaries.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, so we've addressed that as a part of the thing that we went through before.
So just to be clear, Garrett and Janet, hopefully you got these changes. We talked about the changes we discussed kind of with Larry's suggestions. We also have the new whereas that we talked about that you handed out and read.
We need to go through the changes to make sure that there's consensus, because a lot of people said things that I don't know if there's consensus on.
Just let me know if you want me to go through what I have. Okay. Okay. So what we have. So I'm going of what you discussed. So we have that whereas I read earlier. So that's that whereas. And then we have the deletion in 17.138.33.
Maybe it helps if you say what page it's on too.
Sure. My version may not match completely, but be close enough. Okay. So we'll add a whereas as we described, and that'll be in the whereas section. And then on page, I believe it's on my page 4, but it's 17.138.33B, indoor cultivation. The sentence that talks about...
Wait a minute, I have no idea where you're at.
Point 330?
No, point. Go
It's
to
our
section
page 3.
17.138.330.
You just said 330.
330.
330.
Yeah, it's page 3 on ours.
One question before you continue. Are you going to add in that thing, indoor cultivation? I mean, outdoor, are you going to change this?
No, they didn't. I'll get to that.
Okay.
So we'll eliminate the thing about garages and accessory structures. Okay. And then if you just go down to D, that's the...
Garrett, just want to change on B that we discussed is that I think we added to the purpose that we were also going to include
I didn't go through your specific changes just because you guys didn't even talk about it.
Okay.
So I'm just going over what
Okay.
I believe the council as a whole seems to have consensus
Okay, got
on.
it.
Okay. So, and then we have the one where Larry talked about, and that's D. That's the same page, D, where we deleted that, and it starts with commercial cannabis activity. We deleted that part and start with any marijuana cultivation that would require a license or permit from the state of California per the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act 2015 is prohibited within the town of Fairfax, period. Nothing in this ordinance is intended to abrogate any existing section of town code, including, but not limited to, section 5.52, medical marijuana dispensaries. So that was the language.
One thing I'm not clear on is the part that you deleted and you just read. What does that do? Not the abrogated part, but the first part of it. What could you repeat that?
Oh, yeah, we deleted the definition on commercial
I know,
cannabis
but then
activity.
you just read something that you inserted, and I don't know what that is.
Oh, no, I didn't insert anything. I deleted everything up to the word any.
And we moved some language around, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I'm not...
Yeah. Can I sorry to bring it back here a little bit. I have a note here that I did not bring up earlier, that I have a concern that by banning anything that's not licensed by the state of California, I've seen language that says the state of California is not going to license anything that doesn't have a local license. So we've got a catch-22 thing going on. I mean, that
So,
is that not
so
the case?
the way it's going to, supposedly the way it's going to work is there's a dual licensing scheme if the local government has decided to regulate in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And so if, for example, some cities or towns have banned entirely, so there'll be no state license issued because you can't get the second license, you can't get the city one. But if the local government allows whatever type of cultivation we're talking about, then you can get a local license to do that, and you can get a state license to do that. You need both to operate.
Right, okay. So, say some initiative passes here, then we revisit this.
This is just based upon what is currently law as of January 1.
Got it.
Okay, and then the next question I have is, did the council reach consensus on the vacant lot adjacent to a dwelling unit, and they're both owned by the same property owner?
We did not.
Okay, so no consensus.
What do we
John,
think
that
about
was
that?
your
That was
issue.
John's
Can you
Yeah,
just
I mean,
as
basically,
councilmember
this is
again.
the case. Sometimes there's a house next to a vacant place, and in effect, that's their yard. They have not done a lot combination thing, so technically there's two lots. There's an empty lot, or sometimes two or three, next to a house, same owner. In effect, that's their yard. I've talked to a number of owners who would like to combine them so they pay less tax, but often there's a reason why they can't do that. And, but in effect, it's their yard. It's an empty lot. They're growing a garden there.
I think,
I mean,
let me ask a
obviously,
question.
you know, an empty lot that's often open space, obviously.
No,
that's
let me
different
ask a
situation.
question. So under the exceptions, under 17138350, where it says any qualified patient or primary caregiver may seek a medical marijuana administrative exception, and then Peter was specific on the section, I didn't catch it. If somebody wanted to come in and say, oh, I don't think we have tons of these kind of situations with a bunch of lots next to somebody's house because there's not much vacant stuff here. And Linda's nodding her head saying there's not a lot of these. If somebody had that situation, could they come and request an exemption?
I mean, we never really thought about it, but probably the spirit of it would be yes, we probably would.
But it's also very easy to merge your properties. If someone wanted to merge them, it doesn't even cost anything. We just do it at a staff level.
Okay, so I really think my personal opinion is to do this for this limited amount of people is kind of a marginal thing, and I don't know that we should worry about that at this point in time. And Linda's saying it can be done, it doesn't cost anything. And I just don't think, and Linda's nodding her head, she's been all over this town, there's not a lot of these out there. So I don't agree to making a change for that.
You know, the town went through all their parcels back in the 70s, and they merged most of the situations like you're describing. So you visually may see them, and they may look like separate parcels, but most of them got caught and merged. I shouldn't say caught. We merged.
My only question.
And in fact, the example that came to my mind made me think of this is in San Anselmo. So.
Okay.
But my question would be: is that considered a side yard? If it's a lot that's standing.
I would think so, yeah. If it's next to the house.
They'd have to fence it. But I think the idea is we don't have lots of those, and we don't have consensus on that. And I think John said he's okay with not making that change.
Yeah, let's move on.
Well, it would be subject to the exemption. It would be. They could come in and ask.
Yeah, and that would be good.
Okay,
safety
let's
move
on. Okay, so it's on page 5 under its standards of cultivation marijuana, but page 5H. So in that section, we would add the language, it sounds like we'd add the language that says outdoor cultivation is prohibited on parcels adjacent to public and private elementary and middle schools. Public or private elementary or middle schools. And then on page, well, let's get a pen. Might be on your page 6 or page 5 on the bottom. 17.138.350 exceptions in A. Councilmember Lax's revision that I think it's just it would take, well, any qualified patient or primary caregiver may seek a medical marijuana administrative exception, and then we said, rather than saying any provision, we put section 17.38.340 of this article.
Yes.
That right?
But then leaving the sections after.
Yeah, and then the continuing language. I'm sorry, I didn't finish reading.
Is it 17.138.40? I think you said 3.8.
I'm sorry, 0.340.
Okay, you said 17.38. Is it 17.138?
Right.
Okay, got it.
I have it written that way. I may have not read it that way.
Okay, great.
And that's what I have as you agreeing that that could work for you. I didn't change any of the plant numbers.
Okay, so I think we have to do plant numbers.
Yeah.
I really do, and decide on the 500 square feet and the 100 square feet, and how that works per parcel versus per patient. Do you want to take a stab at that, Peter, and see what we can get for agreement?
Yeah, I would change section 17.138.30.
Page are you on, Peter?
Page 3. Subsection A, change that to 6 mature plants for any qualified patient, and no more than 18 mature marijuana plants per parcel.
So that would be, on that last sentence, to be used for the outdoor cultivation of more than 6 mature marijuana plants per qualified patient with a maximum of 18 mature marijuana plants per parcel. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I personally don't agree with that, because if somebody had 5, I mean, okay, I don't like the change to 6, but if I were to just say, okay, fine, if somebody had 5, if they were caregiver for 5 people, it should be 5 times 6. It shouldn't be 18.
I agree.
I mean, come on, if we go down to 6, which I'm not happy with, but in order to move along, we really need to consider somebody having 5, and 5 times 6 is 30.
So is 30 the upper limit then?
That's what I would
It's
say if
30
we're going to
and
do
it's
that.
500 feet to put them in, so.
Where does that say?
Is it growing 100 square feet per person, per patient that they're caregiving?
The way it's
It
written,
just says
it's not that
500.
specific.
Right.
Why not?
So if you're just
say-
caring for one person, you can't assume that they get 500. It seems as though it should be 100 per person.
You could
that
add
you're
that. It's
giving
not
care
written
to.
that way in the here or in the state law.
Is there an exception in here for caregivers to exceed that? If
exceed the number of plants?
Yeah.
No.
In the ordinance?
Should be.
A limit of 18 with the ability for a caregiver to ask for an exception.
Yeah, for
Well, then
to
that
apply
means,
for
that means then it's going to have to be more than in here. It can't just be 340, it's going to have to be 330 as well. Okay.
Hey, am I hearing consensus on more plants for caregivers? Or exceptions? Ability to have an exception? Is that what the council's consensus is?
I guess my thoughts is to keep it simple. I think we're looking at A on 17138.330 where it currently says 18 mature plants. And I think Peter's saying he wants that number to be 6 with no more than a maximum of 30 or 18. And I'm saying, given that a caregiver could have 5 patients, and the way I read that 500 square feet is I just assumed 100 times 5, is we should have no more than a maximum of 30.
Well, where do you get that a caregiver can have?
I was just looking at 100 and 500. 100 and 500. If it's 100 for one, and you say they could have 500 square feet, you divide that by 5.
And we came up with that you couldn't grow for more than 5 people.
Okay, so then I think what you could do then is have an additional language and that, a caregiver could apply for
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're
the ability to grow.
If you're a caregiver, you don't get 500 if you're caring for one person. So
No, of course not.
you get
She's
6.
saying
right, you get per person.
X
you get
number of plants
100
per
up to
person in the
500
caregiver's cake.
or 5 patients.
Well-
Can we do that? Are you good with that?
Say that again?
Sure.
I think six is low, but yeah, that's the concept.
So six per patient with a max of 30 per parcel. Caregiver, 100 square feet per patient up to 5 patients, so meaning up to 500 square feet.
I think if you up the number to 30, then that's it. If you don't up the number to 30, if you leave it at 18, then we're talking about having the ability to come in, a caregiver could come in and ask for an exception for more. Is that what we're
that's what I
talking
would-
about? So
that's what I
the
would suggest.
exception, coming in asking for the exception means that you don't up the number, it's just 18 per parcel. So you're not messing with the number in 330, but instead in 350 on page 5, we're going to have to say section, if you ask for an exception to 17.138340 or 330.
My thoughts are, but it is getting late, is why not have the 6, assume somebody could have a maximum of 5, which leads to a 30 maximum, and then if they needed to come in and ask for an exception beyond that, as long as it fit within the 500 square feet, the town manager would have the ability to say, okay, 31. You're going to have a lot of authority there, Garrett.
I think that's an awful lot of marijuana.
When you delegate authority to somebody to make exceptions, they need to have very clear guidelines.
Yeah,
well, that's
so
where I think the square footage comes in.
Well, no, I think the thing to do then is to say, a maximum of 18 plants per parcel, unless it's a caregiver, in which case, they can grow up to.
Then, if that's what you want to do, leave 330 alone.
You know what? For simplicity's sake, let's just leave it at 18.
Okay. If we leave 330 the way it's written, we don't go the per patient. We just say to be used for the outdoor cultivation of more than 18 mature marijuana plants. But then in 350 on page 5, we're going to have to change that one section where we said you can ask for an exception under 17-138-340. It's also going to be 330.
That sounds good.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you have there?
Yeah.
We didn't change anything.
We didn't change anything in 330. Okay, so it's exactly the way A, 17-138-330, A, no changes to that. However, in the exceptions on page 5, 17-138.350, A, it now reads, any qualified patient or primary caregiver may seek a medical marijuana administrative exception to section 17-138.330 or section 17.138.340 of this article, except for sections 17.138.340F or G, from which no exceptions shall be granted. They can ask for however many plants they
That sounds good.
Okay. Anything else, you guys?
And we didn't change the indoor.
I think we should talk about the indoor number. I think 3 is way too little. Why don't we go for 6?
We've also heard that indoor plants are a lot smaller.
I think that's why we're saying 6, and it still allows for an exception. Okay, 12.
Okay.
And are we saying not in a bedroom? Or are we just saying allowed in garage and accessory structure?
Right.
Allowed in accessory structures. Well, we deleted it. Right. Yeah, it's allowed in the house too. So, but I didn't hear the number. What's the number? 6, 12?
So, I would say 6. I wouldn't go to 12
I'm
in a
okay
house
with
that fills a
6
bedroom.
indoor.
Okay, 6.
But where's Sebastopol again? So in the Sebastopol one, I just want to bring this up because I think it's important where we designate this. The residents shall maintain kitchen bathrooms and primary bedrooms for their intended use and are not to be used primarily for medical cannabis cultivation. So I guess primarily is the key word here. It sounds to me like they're saying it's not to be grown in bedrooms or kitchens or bathrooms.
When you say primarily, I think the idea is just not to take over an entire bedroom. Like somebody might have some plants in their bedroom, but the idea is that you don't turn a bedroom into a grow.
Right, I get the idea, but it's still 6. I mean, how small are indoor plants? I mean, don't they get big like outdoor plants? Maybe not quite as big.
I think they're pretty.
I just don't want it to fill a bedroom. I don't want to be saying, "Hey, go take the bedroom that we're trying to create a junior second unit."
I don't know if this will
out
help
of.
or hurt, but when we went to a hoarding class, they said you're not a hoarder if the room can still function for what it was designed for. So if you can put language in that just says the room has to still be able to function as a kitchen and a bedroom and a bathroom, I don't know if that will help or.
Well, I think there are many things that we can do that need, these are the refining revisions that we were talking about.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay.
Sounds like what you
Are we
read us
ready?
is good.
Okay, so this has
That's
to
it.
go forward, so everyone's good with how the language happened, and, okay, so we're gonna
so
go
far,
ahead
so
and
good.
Do we need to make a motion then?
well, yes, would somebody like to make a motion?
I would so move. This is, we're on 12, yes. Okay, I would so move introduction, first reading by title only of an ordinance adding a new Article 3, medical marijuana cultivation, to Town Code Chapter 17.138, regulations applying in multiple districts of Title 17 zoning of the Fairfax Town Code to ban, are we really banning it?
As amended.
Ban marijuana cultivation with exemptions for personal cultivation for qualified patients and primary caregivers, as amended by council
Tonight.
in tonight's council meeting, January 13th, 2016.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, did you waive?
It said, it doesn't say waive, but.
You know what? You were reading the subject line. The
You need to read
regulation.
the number 2.
Right, that's correct.
Sorry, introduce and waive first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding a new Article 3, medical marijuana cultivation, to Town Code Chapter 17.138, regulations applying in multiple districts of Title 17 zoning of the Fairfax Town Code, as amended by the council in the Town Council meeting January 13th, 2016.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Michelle, please note an objection that I don't believe that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax should be making critical decisions on a very important ordinance in the dead of night, and that we should structure our meetings in such a way that we address these issues before the full community in a timely manner earlier in the meeting.
Yeah.
So,
Give them
Renee,
some
take a look
placeholders.
at any matter not started by 11:30 will be
I
continued.
was going to ask if we could continue this last, it's a discussion item on my.
Can, but I need
Oh,
to,
we have
ask
one
a
more item.
question. I need to ask a question. Michelle, did you get the vote? Did you get the vote for everybody?
No,
It was
actually.
unanimous?
I abstained in my vote.
Oh, okay.
You didn't say abstain.
Okay, that's what I was waiting for, to see who, I needed to know, yeah.
So 4 ayes and 1 abstain.
4 ayes, 1 abstention by Weinsoff.
So it was Reed and Reed motion, second Lax.
So we need to conduct the special meeting. Can we continue the next item till the next meeting, the discussion item? But
There's
we
2
do need
items.
to have the special
There's
meeting.
2 items we can.
Oh, we have the committee assignment?
Well, let me make a suggestion. I know it's late, and I know you need to take you actually have to take an action that suspends your rule about considering a new matter after 11:30. But the only reason I bring this up is, 1, we had Linda stay here all the way to this item, and 2, there is a person that's here that wants to talk about the legal non-conforming use.
Oh, no.
The special item has to do with approval to authorize the mayor to send a letter supporting AB 21, which eliminates the March 1st deadline,
it's a timely thing,
which is timely and won't take very long. But I'm just asking for the council's indulgence for these last couple items. Council committee items, assignments, you can continue that to next meeting. But I would like to just really briefly have a discussion, plus the residents stayed here that long, and I had staff stay here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone was here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do.
No, you have to take a vote.
You have to take a vote
Oh.
to suspend the rule of not considering new matters after 11:30.
I would move
I'm
to
certainly
suspend
interested in
that
hearing
rule.
these things, and I agree with David. I think that something coming up, such as how to use additional vacant buildings, could be very important, and I think the public should have input. I would hope that you'd continue it to the next meeting. and I'd be very happy to support
I'm sorry,
that.
which item would you like to continue?
I believe I am also tired. The last one that was talking about how to repurpose or
Legal not for. Okay, how about this suggestion? The resident indicated for item, I think it's item 13. Item 13 that we can. He's fine just waiting to another meeting.
Yes, please.
Unfortunately, Linda will have to wait then. But I would ask the council for the next meeting if we could put it at the front of the agenda.
Absolutely, and with our apologies.
Is that okay, Linda? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move.
So you can.
Yes.
So you can actually just open the special meeting. Or adjourn the regular meeting and open the special meeting. But you're
Okay,
adjourning the
I'd
regular
like to,
meeting in memory of someone.
So you go for it in the adjournment.
Yep.
Well, Mayor, thank you. I think you're going to adjourn the meeting, and then
Make a
I would
motion
like to say it's in memory of John Chelani, who's a guy I've known for over 20 years, and passed away recently of a recurrence of cancer at a very young age. So, thank you, Renee.
Second on that.
Okay. And can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting, and then we'll reconvene in special meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Kohler Reed.
Sorry.
Kohler
Was that
Reed.
unanimous?
That was unanimous, and it
It's
was
just when I'm
it was
looking down, I can't
motion
see.
Kohler and second Reed. Okay, welcome back to
This
to
is a special
the
meeting.
special meeting. The regular agenda, and this is an item to authorize the mayor to send a letter to the state senate in support of AB 21, an urgency measure which removes from state statute the provision that local medical marijuana cultivation regulations must be in effect as of March 1st, 2016 in order to maintain local control.
So moved.
Staff report.
Just public comment.
Sorry, public comment.
The staff report, I think you just said it.
Public comment. Okay, good night. Can I have a motion? Well, I need to hear another one. 'cause
Can I
missed
make
it.
a motion to authorize the mayor to send the letter to the Senate in support of AB 21, the changes we would like?
Okay, and a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Kohler, motion Kohler, second Reed.
Unanimous.
The motion passes. I will send the letter, and,
Did you ask us all in favor?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear it, sorry. I'm sorry. Aye.
Okay, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.